Hello, hello. Is it Phoebe? Cool person from Chathausen? Oh. Do you remember which chat it was? And also, hello, hello. Welcome to my little library. Just getting things started. I still have to do one tech thing. Let's see. Pause that. Ah, you raided someone the other day? Raids, let's see. Probably Wiffle or... Who have I raided recently? It feels like it's probably Wiffle. Ah, so it is Wiffle. He's a good one. Let's see. You do... Sorry for the silence, just finishing up a few more minutes of tech stuff. Oh, cute emotes. Kind of envious of Whipple. He got the emotes, or what do you call it? The emote names are fairly simple. Whereas for me, it's I have to do like octavi number and then the emote name, which just gets really awkward and weird. Hello, hello, Rose Sugar. Welcome. How are your days going so far? Let's see. I need to do a thing. I don't remember what that thing is. Now I remember what it is. There we go. Okay. A few more of these and then I'll be good to go. Okay, I think that's all of the tech stuff that I need to get done. I'm okay. Done with work, Ro? Sugar mostly fine, I think. Glad it's not going too badly. It's, today people might need the reading more than other days. So let me close the window real quick. There we go. Whew. Phoebe, I'm a little bit of a Skyrim geek. Ooh. You'll definitely be interested in at least some of the books that I'm reading. Have a few lined up that are... See, one is The Warp in the West. Let's see. Brief History of the Empire, books 1 and 2. I think most of these are going to be... not Skyrim focused, but more, well, slightly Oblivion focused. Granted, the books are probably, a lot of the books are also available in some of the other games as well. I know the Wolf Queen series, books 1 through 8, are definitely available in Skyrim. Lusty Argonian Maid. I think Volume 1 was, yeah, Morrowind, and I think Volume 2 was Oblivion? No, Volume 2 was added in Skyrim. Ah. Let's see. Okay, and hopefully the levels for the music are decent. Hopefully you can at least hear it a little bit and it sets the mood, but isn't totally distracting you from the voice. Huh, Victoria? Oh, hey, look, a heckin' dork. Card-carrying member. We sit here and literally read books that don't physically exist and only exist in the world of the Elder Scrolls. Then we talk about dragon breaks and the realms of Oblivion and so many other things. Perhaps we'll read one of the Oblivion books. Sorry, not the game Oblivion, but the books about the realms of Oblivion. Tori, shout out to Fictional Books and Media. Definitely are nice. I mean, like, they add so much to the world, right? And really flesh the world out, especially with a series like the Elder Scrolls where, you know, we're skipping potentially a few hundred years at a time. And like for Skyrim, the book, The Great War, without that context, it's hard to appreciate just how deep-seated things are and what's led to the not Stormblood, that's FF14. Ulfric and his gang doing what they're doing, right? And the situation the Empire's in with both themselves and the Thalmor and Skyrim, and just, you know, you can learn some of it through the dialogue, but a lot of the books really do not just fill in the blanks, but flesh out the whole thing. Phoebe, fans of Elder Scrolls are still disappointed that dragons are now part of the Elder Scrolls lore, and I'm like, what? Why? Dragons are cool. Yeah, absolutely. Like, dragons are in a lot of different mythos throughout the world, or dragon-like creatures. There's a reason. Dragons are heckin' awesome. It's hard to go wrong with dragons. Hi, Raven. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Tori has a funny aside from fictional books, the Stormlight Archive series has all of its novels named after in-universe literature. Ooh. I forgot what that's called. Oh, it's a fictional concept where, like, usually this is for diegetic. Diegetic, that's the word. So with music, this happens a lot, right? Where in a game, the music will be coming from an actual in-game source. So a lot of the taverns, like in Skyrim, right? The taverns will actually have a bard playing music, singing a song, right? And that it really does do so much to, I mean, immersion is maybe an overused word, but that's exactly what it is, right? You look, there's a bard. They are playing music. They are there in the room with you, right? Also, I just realized the emotes are also being lit by the fire, like backlit by the fire. It's like, I'm being backlit by the fire too, right? But, yeah, see? I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but, you know, those are emotes I recognize. Are those Nova's emotes? Oh, that's Victoria. That's why. I thought Phoebe was using a Nova emote. I'm just like, okay, now I'm really confused. All right, let's see. Oh, sorry. It is indeed Nova Gubdari. So the person I'm talking about is Nova Otari. This one. She's a goober. She's a good goober. She actually just got a re-rigging of her model. I believe yesterday was the premiere of that. And she's a lot more expressive and reactive, and it was really, really good to see. Go check her out. She plays games. She's a Pokemon nerd. Let's see. Is everything good? Restream bot's not working. Yes, Mew? What is it? Come on. If you need pets, come. No? No pets? Okay. Well, I can't give you attention if you're halfway across the room, you know. Well, a quarter of the way across the room. Hi, Pan. Welcome. Thank you for the comment on the video a day or two ago, by the way. Glad you got to see it. Or listen to it. See and listen. I upload some proper recordings over on YouTube. So if you just want to sit down without the without like a live stream, just a nice video to listen to, they're over on YouTube. I think we've got an hour and a bit of Elder Scrolls stories so far. We're getting more. I've got plenty in the works. All right. Let us see. Oh, I need to change the tags, probably. Yeah. And there we go. Wait, okay, 10 tags, good. Ladies busy indeed. Yeah, that's... Okay, I think everything is actually properly done. So let's open up the document and start reading. What shall we read first? Actually, let's read some of the, one of the videos that I've done. One of those books. Doors of Oblivion's a little long. Oblivion Crisis is also long. Maybe On Oblivion is a good one? I'm looking at my documents, and I have 6 that I have documents of that I haven't released on YouTube just yet. I don't know if I've read them on stream either. So this is a piece called On Oblivion. I believe this was Morrowind. And it deals with... yes, Mew. I need to read. I can't give you attention right now. I'm sorry. I had all morning to give you attention. Remember? I even brushed you. Okay, pets. Just for a little bit, though, okay? You can't stop most of the way here. I'm sorry, everyone. The Mew demands attention. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. No? Just going to stop a whole 30-40 centimeters away? There you go. Only a little bit of scratches though, okay? Gotta read. Okay, there you go. Alright, sorry about that. Meow. Cats all the time. Yeah. So this morning, yesterday I was basically gone all day with medical stuff, right? And so like, I got up, did breakfasty things, got prepped, did medical stuff, and then came home and I think I was on the computer for a whole hour and then went to bed. But this morning I sat down, right, doing stream prep, and my cats were all over me. Like Balbs was, head bonking my shoulder and like trying to get into my lap. Aurora was all over my desk. And here I am trying to do stream prep and, double check that, stories didn't have anything too bad, that they weren't too short or too long, figure out which ones I wanted to actually read today, and just like trying to fend off the cats. I'm sure that's a dream to some people, right? And, I appreciate being buried in cats. But I would also like to be able to do stream prep. Alright, let's see. This is called On Oblivion. It is improper, however customary, to refer to the denizens of the dimension of oblivion as demons. This practice probably dates to the Lessian doctrines of the First Era prophet Maruth, which rather amusingly forbade traffic with diamonds, and then neglected to explain what diamonds were. It is most probable that diamonds is a misspelling or etymological rendition of Daedra, the old elven word for those strange, powerful creatures of uncertain motivation who hail from the dimension of oblivion. As a note here, Daedra is actually the plural form, the singular as Daedroth. In a later tract by King Hael the Pious of Skyrim, almost 1,000 years after the publication of the original doctrines, the evil machinations of his political enemies are compared to, quote, the wickedness of the demons of oblivion. Their depravity equals that of Sanguine himself. They are cruel as Boethia, calculating as Molag Bal, and mad as Sheogorath. Hael the Pious thus long-windedly introduced 4 of the Daedra Lords to written record. But the written record is not, after all, the best way to research Oblivion and the Daedra who inhabit it. Those who, quote, traffic with diamonds seldom wish it to be a matter of public account. Nevertheless, scattered throughout the literature of the First Era are diaries, journals, notices for witch burnings, and guides for Daedra slayers. These I have used as my primary source material. They are at least as trustworthy as the Daedra Lords I have actually summoned and spoken with at length. Apparently, Oblivion is a place composed of many lands, thus the many names for which Oblivion is synonymous. Cold Harbor, Quagmire, Moonshadow, etc. It may be correctly supposed that each land of Oblivion is ruled over by one prince. The Daedra princes whose names appear over and over in ancient records, though this is not an infallible test of their authenticity or explicit existence, to be sure, are the aforementioned Sanguine, Boethia, Molag Bal, Sheogorath, and, in addition, Azura, Mephala, Clavicus Vile, Vermina, Malakath, Hermaeus, or Hormaius, or Herma, there seems to be no one accepted spelling, Mora, Namira, Jigalag, Nocturnal, MidnightVisuals, and Periite. From my experience, Daedra are a very mixed lot. It is almost impossible to categorize them as a whole, except for their immense power and penchant for extremism. Be that as it may, I have here attempted to do so in a few cases, purely for the sake of scholastic expediency. MidnightVisuals, Molag Bal, Periite, Boethia, and Vermina are amongst the most consistently, quote, demonic of the Daedra, in the sense that their spheres seem to be destructive in nature. The other Daedra can, of course, be equally dangerous, but seldom purely for the sake of destruction, as these 5 can. Nor are these previous 5 identical in their destructiveness. MidnightVisuals seems to prefer natural disasters, earthquakes and volcanoes, for venting his anger. Molag Bal elects the employment of other Daedra, and Boethia inspires the arms of mortal warriors. Periite's sphere seems to be pestilence, and Vermina's torture. In preparation for the next installment in the series, I will be investigating 2 matters that have intrigued me since I began my career as a Daedra researcher. The first is on one particular Daedroth, perhaps yet another Daedra prince, referred to in multiple articles of Incunabula as Hircine. Hircine has been called, quote, the huntsman of the princes, and, quote, the father of man-beasts, but I have yet to find anyone who can summon him. The other, and perhaps more doubtful, goal I have is to find a practical means for mortal men to pass through to oblivion. It has always been my philosophy that we need only fear that which we do not understand, and with that thought in mind, I ever pursue my objective. And that was on Oblivion, accompanied by my cat scratching at something rather incessantly. Artisans, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. How's your day going so far? Oh, Johnny desu. Welcome, welcome. It's rare to get people on the YouTube side of things actually commenting. Or chatting, I should say, not commenting on live streams. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. So that was on Oblivion. So I recently put up a recording of The Doors of Oblivion, which is a book written by this author's apprentice as sort of a research journal of sorts. Partly research journal, partly private journal, I suppose, dealing with events from a little later in this wizard's life to the end of his life. Hazel Dust, welcome, welcome. How's your day going so far? I don't know which time zone you're in, so I don't know if this is bedtime for you or whether it is the start of the day, like it is for me. You just woke up. Wow. Hopefully I don't lull you back to sleep. I do feel that, though. A lot of days I'm waking around this time of day and going... And then I try not to fall back asleep, because the cats are so very warm and cuddly. Aurora tends to like actually being under the covers, which makes her extra cuddly. And then usually I wake up with at least one or two cats down toward my feet too. So, getting out of bed is often one of the hardest things that I can do. Now that was on Oblivion. How many cats do you even have? 3. One Aurora is mine voluntarily. And she's the one that's often under the covers or between my keyboard and me, all over my desk. Then there's Mew, who is a former partner's cat. I'm taking care of her until she has a stable place to keep her. And she's the one that you'll hear most often. And then Balthazar is my big old void kitty. Oh, Aurora, you okay? Sorry, Aurora's hacking up something. Honestly, it might actually be pollen in the air. I know where I am, the pollen's really, really bad today. Bad enough that my weather app warned me saying, hey, there is not a little, not a medium amount, a very large amount of pollen out in the air today. Be careful. But yeah, my third kitty is Balthazar, and a former roommate's cat. Wasn't able to take care of him, and so I didn't want to get rid of him. And he and Aurora are fairly bonded. And so, Aurora, that's... Oh no, she has found paper. Hopefully she won't just be sitting here making noise the whole day. The tater cat is sleeping on the pupper's beat. The, what do you call it? The loaf kitties. Loaf kitties. Oh, bed, sorry, it was, Pupper's bed. Oh. I hear that story fairly often. Puppy bed? No. Just cats now. We claim it for ourselves. Let's see, so that was on Oblivion. I read The Doors of Oblivion a stream or two ago, and also I have the video up, so if you'd like to listen to that one, that's a fairly long one, 20 some odd minutes. Definitely check that out later. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, so the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion remaster was pretty definitely leaked yesterday. There's been leaks coming out for a long while now, but this is pretty definite, pretty irrefutable proof that it is coming out really, really soon. So this is a fairly short story called The Amulet of Kings. It'll be a primer for anybody who hasn't played Oblivion and is going to. I could read the Oblivion Crisis, which I've recorded before too, but that would just spoil all of Oblivion. So if you go, don't listen to the Oblivion Crisis if you're not sure about Oblivion's story and want to play it and not be spoiled. Because the Oblivion Crisis spoils the whole thing. It's basically a historian's recounting of the events of Test 4 Oblivion. And yeah, it's a wonderful primer for people who have only played Skyrim, right? Or people who have played Oblivion, who can appreciate a historian's sort of recounting of the events of Oblivion that they played through. And of course, the historian can't get access to a lot of knowledge that somebody who actually went through the Oblivion Crisis would have, right? So there's those interesting little missing bits. But yeah, if you haven't played yet and you're going to play Oblivion, don't listen to the Oblivion Crisis. The Amulet of Kings, on the other hand, is one that I can read to you without spoiling it. So here is The Amulet of Kings, written by Menengris Monhona. In the first years of the First Era, a powerful race of elves called the Aelids, or the Heartland High Elves, ruled central Tamriel with an iron hand. The high and haughty Aelids relied on the patrons, the treacherous Daedra lords, to provide armies of Daedra with dead spirits. With these fearless magical armies, the Aelids preyed without mercy upon the young races of men, slaughtering and enslaving them at their whim. On behalf of the suffering human races, Saint Alessia, the first in the line of Cyrodiils, sought the aid of Akatosh, the dragon god of time, and the ruler of the noble Aedra. Akatosh, looking with pity upon the plight of men, drew precious blood from his own heart and blessed Saint Alessia with this blood of dragons. and made a covenant that, so long as Alessia's generations were true to the dragon blood, Akatosh would endeavor to seal tight the gates of oblivion, and to deny the armies of Daedra and undead to their enemies, the Daedra-loving aliens. In token of this covenant, Akatosh gave to Alessia and her descendants the Amulet of Kings and the eternal dragonfires of the Imperial City. Thus does Alessia become the first gem in the Cyrodiilic Amulet of Kings. The gem is the red diamond in the middle of the amulet. This is a symbol of the Empire and later taken as the symbol of the septum line. It is surrounded by 8 other gems, one for each of the divines. So long as the Empire shall maintain its worship of Akatosh and his kin, and so long as Alessia's heirs shall bear the Amulet of Kings, Akatosh and his divine kin maintain a strong barrier between Tamriel and oblivion, so that mortal men need never again fear the devastating summoned hosts of the Daedra Lords. But if the Empire should slacken in its dedication to the 9 divines, or if the blood of Alessia's heirs should fail, then shall the barriers between Tamriel and the Daedra realms fall, and Daedra worshippers might summon lesser Daedra and undead spirits to trouble the races of men. And that was the Amulet of Kings. The contents of this book and what we learn from it become fairly important in Oblivion. Fairly important. Victoria, here's a spoiler. There was a crisis called the Oblivion Crisis. Victoria. There is indeed, or not is, not was, there begins a crisis at some point called the Oblivion Crisis. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Let's see. Yes, Mew. That one's Mew. See, you always hear her. Are you going to complain from a third of the room away? Come on. There you go. Almost there. Within 2 arm lengths now. There you go. 1.5. Almost. There you go. Very complaining little Mew. She's purring up a storm. Don't worry. I will literally be petting her. She'll be purring up a storm and also complaining all at the same time. Cats. All right. Also, I forgot. Let's see. There we go. So if you have fantasy requests, if you'd like me to read a page or 2 of something, I'm always happy to. Generally, I'd prefer it not have too dark of topics. But unfortunately, a lot of the Elder Scrolls books tend towards at least slightly dark. There's a lot of death, a lot of people being stabbed. But yeah, other than that, it's most of the stories don't get too dark. What track is this? This is Morrowind, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. Mystics, hello, hello, welcome. Thanks for the first time chat. Welcome to my little library. Reading some Elder Scrolls right now. Also, if you have requests for fantasy, maybe a page or two of something that you'd like, I also do take requests. Now let's see. What else shall we read? I'm trying to remember what we've read recently. I wonder, we haven't read Nightingale's Fact or Fiction recently. Mystic's gonna lurk and cozy vibes? Okay, thank you for the lurks. I hope it's soothing. And I hope you have a nice warm drink. Mine has gone rather cold. Though unfortunately, it turns out tea doesn't just stay at, nice hot temperatures over multiple hours. Hazel, you say date request? No, reading request. Let's see. Oh, Zara. Ooh. No, that one's Oblivion spoilers. I can't read that anymore. The Oblivion remake really complicates things now. I have to think, okay, is this going to completely spoil the events of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion for people that haven't played it, and the remaster is going to be their first experience? Let's read Nightingale's Fact or Fiction. This is another interesting little side story. I believe this was written after the events of Oblivion. Probably. Also, I do have points redeems for certain things if you'd like. Definitely. Oh, thank you for the follow, Mystics. Oh, I just realized that wasn't now, that was a few days ago. Alright, so this one is, so the Nightingales are, well, I suppose the book actually explains this to some degree. I can explain it a little better afterwards, but this is called Nightingales, Fact or Fiction. Written by Wilmina Roth. While it's true that most scholars would scoff at the notion of a holy sect appearing within the normally unethical and unorganized rabble that is the Thieves' Guild, evidence suggests that such a group existed at the time within the borders of Skyrim. 120 years before the publication of this tome, a corpse was discovered wearing a strange suit of armor that was described as, quote, forged midnight. The tattered armor bore a crest of some sort, the symbol of a bird embracing a circle of undetailed blackness. The remains and the armor were taken to the College of Winterhold for study, but mysteriously vanished only a day after it arrived. The crest from this armor was circulated around Skyrim for years, but identification proved almost impossible. Then, the most unlikely of sources, a prisoner incarcerated within the mines of Markarth, claimed that it was the mark of a group of thieves who called themselves the Nightingales. Aurora is right next to the mic, grooming herself. I'm sorry for the cat-licky noises if they're coming through. When pressed for more information, the prisoner claimed that the Nightingales were warriors of Nocturnal and performed her bidding without question. He claimed his source was someone he knew within the Thieves' Guild of Skyrim, but he refused to identify them by name, so his story was quickly dismissed. The second piece of evidence... Oh, let me get you off. Sorry. The second piece of evidence pointing to the existence of the Nightingales exists to this day just outside of Riften. Discovered at the terminus of a short pathway off of the main road stands a stone of unidentified blackened material. Carved into its face is the same avian symbol previously found on the dark suit of armor. To those that subscribed to the existence of the Nightingales, this was thought to be some sort of meeting place. To others, this symbol was once again dismissed as a hoax, or simply a diversion created by the Thieves' Guild. The final and most controversial sample of evidence is a passage found scrawled on the inside of a cell wall in Whiterun. The cell had previously been occupied by a dumber named Lorthus, who was incarcerated for murder and was set for execution. After the deed was performed and Lorthus's cell was examined, the following was found etched into one of the stone blocks. Quote, "Take my hand, Lady Nocturnal, for it is my will to serve you. As a nightingale, I'm born anew. Let my past echo our triumph." This is the first and only time that a solid connection between Nocturnal and the Nightingales has been made. The unusual nature of the passage, the religious connotations towards Nocturnal made by a career criminal, kept discussion lively for years regarding the possibility of this group actually existing. Sadly, since not a single passage of evidence beyond this has surfaced to date, this exciting discovery faded into obscurity, and the debate subsided. With these scant samples of evidence, conclusions are difficult to formulate. All we're left with are more questions than answers. Can religion and thievery coexist? Does the Daedric Lord Nocturnal have active agents roaming Skyrim with a no doubt nefarious purpose? Does the Thieves' Guild have extensive knowledge of the Nightingales but remain sworn to secrecy? Perhaps one day the answers to these questions will be revealed. But at present, it falls to you, the listener, to decide whether the Nightingales are fact or merely fiction. And that was Nightingales, Fact or Fiction. Hazel, I was going to say, if you do date request, I have a friend you would fluster with your voice. Yeah? I'm glad they would be flustered. Sorry, this took a hot minute to type. No worries at all. No worries at all. Luckily, the chat isn't just, overflowing with comments at the moment, so this stream tends to be fairly limited with comments just because of the nature of it. Although sometimes we do get lore nerds that like to actually talk about the lore. But that's fairly rare. That said, for recordings, I do take commissions, so I was actually thinking of doing, so I have my birthday week coming up at the end of the month. I have completely forgotten about it. But I was thinking maybe we'll, just, if people have things that they'd like to hear in my voice, let's, 30 seconds to a minute or something. And just have people request and have that be a part of the birthday celebrations. But haven't fleshed that out just yet logistically. That was Nightingale's Fact or Fiction. It's the Amulet of Kings. And, of course, On Oblivion. Let's see, do we have... What other books did I have around as documents? Right, I was actually wanting to read certain things. Certain new books. So, I'll just do this. And The Warp in the West. The Warp in the West. So this book is... I forgot which... This is an Oblivion book. Yeah, I think it's an Oblivion book. Let's see. Do that. Warp in the West. Nearly 2,500 words. This is fairly long. I think this is similar to The Great War, which is another one that it glosses over most of the events of Oblivion, so it's not quite spoilers, but no, I suppose it is spoilers. Gods. Oh. The Oblivion remaster really has complicated things. Because I was just planning for Skyblivion, which is coming out either later this year, maybe into next year, but having the official Oblivion remaster so soon is the timing is. I don't want to be sitting here spoiling everything for everyone. I suppose there's a good chance that people are going to play the Oblivion remaster if they haven't played Oblivion before, and then be interested in the books. Not the other way around, but then again, I suppose there's probably a decent amount of Skyrim players that are vaguely aware of what happened in Oblivion. But don't quite have detailed knowledge on it. Twitch, I'm sorry. I need to do ads. I just realized I haven't done them yet, so the pre-rolls have been on this whole time. I will be back in 3 minutes. Just take a sip, take a break. I won't start reading. I'll just be sitting here chatting. So, see you soon. Oh dear. Yeah. There's a spider. I'm an arachnophobiac, and so my vision is finely tuned to spotting spiders. My fear of spiders has gone down in the last decade-ish. But the larger ones and, quick ones still bother me. But on the whole, I can deal with smaller ones. Honestly, if the spiders could just stop getting stuck in my sink. Like, I swear, every other morning I go down there and there is at least one just stuck in the sink. And it's porcelain, so they can't get up. I'm just sitting here like if it wasn't me, you would be drowned by now, because whoever comes along isn't paying attention, doesn't have arachnophobia, and doesn't have the vision tuned to spotting spiders, etc., just, going to use the sink without realizing. And here I am, the arachnophobiac of the house, being about the only hope that those spiders have getting out of the sink safe and alive. Let me take a sip. Do you want to read Varthelis stuff? Varthelis. Remind me what Varthelis was again? Was that the world that you're building again? Or that you're building? Well, building, writing, both? Creating? Let us see. The name of the kingdom, yes. Yes, that would be, if you have interesting passages, interesting pages, ideally not with, gore or anything too particularly unappetizing. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, I'm always happy to read stuff. Okay, Twitch chat is almost back. Also, if you're on Fetty, I have a what do you call it? A little post for the stream. And also, I suppose I'll take this time to thank the people that are subbed here, as well as my monthly supporters over on Coffee. Like, combined, you are literally my only income. I'm disabled. Used to do music until a month or two ago. Literally, physically cannot play violin anymore because of long COVID issues. So, yeah, that's the subs and the Coffee patrons literally keep me eating. So thank you all so much for that. Raven, oh yes, not want to be so gory. At most, Lord gore level? Low gore level? Or is that something, is that lore? I'm trying to figure out what the typo is there. Let us see. Victoria, I think Raven means loader. Oh, Lord of the Rings. At most Lord of. Oh, okay. LOTR instead. Yeah, Lord of the Rings gore level. Yeah, I think so. I can't be certain, but I do seem to remember Lord of the Rings being a fairly decent balance of um, injuries do happen, death does happen, but it's not. Gore and death are not for the sake of gore and death, I suppose, is the way to put it. The author is not getting off on describing it, is, I think, how I view it. Yeah. Let's see. What are we looking at? And thank you for that, Victoria. I don't think I would have figured it out otherwise. So next we're going to read two books called The Brief History of the Empire, books 1 and 2. Yes, miss. That is again you. She is the complainy kitty. The vocally complaining kitty. Brief History of the Empire. Oh, sorry. Let me get my documents in order here real quick. The Empire. Raven, sorry, again, not the best writer even on draft level. Actually, Raven, if you're okay with not having it read today, let's look over it at some point together, and we can edit it, and then we can read it on stream. Does that work? Because often it's hard to, like, even with the books that I do have, sometimes there'll be typos, and I'm mentally editing things as I go along. But it does add mental overhead that makes things really difficult for me. So and Raven, even better to do that. Oh yeah, the pre-editing. Yeah, that'll work. All right, so this is called A Brief History of the Empire. This is volume 1, or book 1, as they put it. Written by Stronach Ktoj III, Imperial Historian. Oh, that good, Josh? Hello. You're able to catch an Octavia stream? Welcome. I'm glad you were able to. This is a fairly early stream, as my streams go. So I'm glad that it lined up well for you. How's your day going so far? We're in the middle of reading a bunch of Elder Scrolls stuff, and me sitting here looking through the stories going, okay, what would be really bad spoilers for people that are going to be playing Oblivion the first time through the remake? And what stories are going to be good primers? And what stories have nothing to do with Oblivion? Josh, I'm going good. Haven't eaten yet, so I'm gonna do that. But I get you up on my second monitor? Okay. Being second monitor material is good. I'm glad I could be. I'm gonna pick up Oblivion when the remake drops. Yeah. Also, if you like both Skyrim and Oblivion, Skyblivion, especially since it sounds like you have a PC, Skyblivion at some point is coming out probably next year-ish, probably. So that's another one to look for, and that's been basically built from the basically the ground up by modders, just like a huge team of modders. Oh, that's right, I forgot about Skyblivion. So you know already. I honestly, I'm really looking forward to what the Skyblivion team does with the music. Because, so like the original score is Jeremy Soule. I'm guessing the remaster is probably going to be mostly just the original soundtrack, right? But the Skyblivion team, I believe, is, well, because, you know, the rights to the Oblivion soundtrack are held by Bethesda and whatever, you know, probably just Bethesda, right? And so they're like redoing a lot of the music, or not a lot, they're redoing all the music as far as I know, so that they can actually have it in their game. Mod game. And yeah, it sounds really good. And B, it's a whole new soundtrack, right? So yeah, actually, I wonder, because the composer is on YouTube, the Skyblivion composer, and I think they also do some music for Skywind, right? The Skywind, the Morrowind remake in Skyrim engine, which isn't nearly as far as the Skyblivion team, but there's still music that's been, you know, made for it. And so I wonder if I can just ask and see if they'd allow me to use that music on the stream. It's like, it's wonderful, wonderful music. I love the music. Yes, it's really good. Also, so with Skyrim, the College of Winterhold mods are a series of, so there's, I think, either Obscure's College of Winterhold or Immersive College of Winterhold. One of those includes additional tracks in just the college, and they're really, really good. And then there is a series of mods, I forgot the exact name, but it is a series of mods that aims to add a ton of music to Skyrim. And let me just look at my music archives here. Mad Vintage, I believe. The Elder Songs 1, 2, and 3 are the mods done by Mad Vintage. And like how long is this? 405 megabytes. So like probably 40 minutes of tracks each, roughly. Oh, wait a minute. What format are these in? These are in WAV, so maybe not quite that much. Let's see. No, that's right. Divided by 10, yeah. 10 megs per minute is usually about the size of .wav files. Yeah, and like you can literally just download them on the mod pages. I still need to go through them. The music I have for stream is a very curated portion of various soundtracks that Jeremy Soule's done. Mostly Elder Scrolls, but I have a few. Oh God, I adore this track, but I'm going to change real quick. So this is from Guild Wars Prophecies, which is Guild Wars 1. Again, gorgeous, gorgeous soundtracks. A little slightly different mood than the Elder Scrolls, but there are still some really, really good mood, not moody tracks, not ambience either. Like, they still have melodies, right? But they're very much not in your face, very much laying a foundation for the scene. And this is Gwen's theme, which, if any of you have ever played Guild Wars 1, I'm sure you have memories attached to the name Gwen. Gods. So, like, I'm sure most of you aren't going to go back and play Guild Wars 1, so I don't really, probably, spoilers isn't going to be an issue. But in Guild Wars 1, there's four main games to it: Prophecies, Factions, Nightfall, and Eye of the North. And in the beginning of Prophecies, right, we're in Ascalon, and Gwen is a small girl. You can actually give her a flute. She follows you around, and it heals you a little bit, right? Really fun. But then there is a cataclysm that happens, and you find Gwen's broken flute. You presume her dead, right? This was a cataclysm plus an invasion. And then you go through Prophecies, Factions, Nightfall, right? And then you get to Eye of the North, and suddenly you meet her again, but she's fully grown up. And that was quite an emotional moment. Definitely, like, I don't have kids. I'm never going to have kids. But it was interesting to see someone you care about grow up. Anyway, Guild Wars 1 tangent over. Let's read a brief Victoria. I'm trying to think of fictional excerpts of books that would be nifty to read. It could just be intros to the first couple of pages. I know nowadays, I suppose, like, a lot of people don't really have favorite books, especially, like favorite passages or anything like that. So the requests might, not come in as fast, but if anything pops into mind, I am always willing to read it, or at least take a skim through and make sure that there aren't things that are too upsetting in there. So this is a brief history of the Empire. Book 1, written by Strona Katoj the Third, Imperial Historian. Before the rule of Tiber Septim, all Tamriel was in chaos. The poet Trasisis called that period of continuous unrest, quote, days and nights of blood and venom. The kings were a petty lot of grasping tyrants who fought Tiber's attempt to bring order to the land. But they were as disorganized as they were dissolute, and the strong hand of Septim brought peace forcibly to Tamriel. The year was Second Era 896. The following year, the Emperor declared the beginning of a new era. Thus began the Third Era, Year Ought. Oh, hello, Zoe. Welcome in. Welcome to my library. We're reading some Elder Scrolls right now. This is a brief history of the Empire, Book 1. For 38 years, the Emperor Tiber reigned supreme. It was a lawful, pious, and glorious age, when justice was known to one and all, from serf to sovereign. On Tiber's death, it reigned for an entire fortnight, as if the land of Tamriel itself was weeping. The Emperor's grandson, Pelagius, came to the throne. Though his reign was short, he was as strong and resolute as his father had been, and Tamriel could have enjoyed a continuation of the Golden Age. Alas, an unknown enemy of the Septim family hired that accursed organization of cutthroats, the Dark Brotherhood, to kill the Emperor Pelagius Septim as he knelt at prayer at the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. Pelagius Septim's reign lasted less than 3 years. Pelagius had no living children, so the imperial crown passed to his first cousin, the daughter of Tiber's brother, Agnereth. Kintira, the former queen of Silvanar, assumed the throne as Kintira I. Her reign was blessed with prosperity and good harvest, and she herself was an avid patroness of art, music, and dance. Kintira's son was crowned after her death, the first emperor of Tamriel to use the imperial name Uriel. Uriel I was the great lawmaker of the Septim dynasty, and a promoter of independent organizations and guilds. Under his kind but firm hand, the Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild increased in prominence throughout Tamriel. His son and successor, Uriel II, reigned for 18 years. From the death of Uriel I in 3rd Era 64 to Pelagius Septim's accession in 3rd Era 82. Tragically, the rule of Uriel II was cursed with blights, plagues, and insurrections. The tenderness he inherited from his father did not serve Tamriel well, and little justice was done. Pelagius II inherited not only the throne from his father, but the debt from the latter's poor financial and judicial management. Pelagius dismissed all of the Elder Council and allowed only those willing to pay great sums to resume their seats. He encouraged similar acts among his vassals, the kings of Tamriel, and by the end of his 17-year reign, Tamriel had returned to prosperity. His critics, however, have suggested that any advisor possessed of wisdom but not of gold had been summarily ousted by Pelagius. This may have led to some of the troubles his son Antiochus faced when he, in turn, became emperor. Antiochus was certainly one of the more flamboyant members of the usually austere Septim family. He had numerous mistresses and nearly as many wives, and was renowned for the grandeur of his dress and his high good humor. Unfortunately, his reign was rife with civil war, surpassing even that of his grandfather, Uriel II. The War of the Isle in 3rd Era 110, 12 years after Antiochus assumed the throne, nearly took the province of Somerset Isle away from Tamriel. The united alliance of the kings of Somerset and Antiochus only managed to defeat King Orgum of the island kingdom of Piondanea due to a freak storm. Legend credits the Sigic Order of the Isle of Artaeum with the sorcery behind the Tempest. The story of Kintera II, heiress to her father Antiochus' throne, is certainly one of the saddest tales in imperial history. Her first cousin Uriel, son of Queen Potema of Solitude, accused Kintera of being a bastard, alluding to the infamous decadence of the imperial city during her father's reign. When this accusation failed to stop her coronation, Uriel bought the support of several disgruntled kings of High Rock, Skyrim, and Morrowind. And with Queen Potema's assistance, he coordinated 3 attacks on the Septim Empire. The first attack occurred in the Iliac Bay region, which separates High Rock and Hammerfell. Kintera's entourage was massacred, and the Empress taken captive. For 2 years, Kintera II languished in an imperial prison believed to be somewhere in Glenpoint or Glenmoril before she was slain in her cell under mysterious circumstances. Yes, do you need pets, miss? You know it's easier just to come over here and get pets than to yell at me from across the room. Come on. What is it? No? Okay. The Empress's consort, Contin Arinx, fell defending the forts. The third and final attack was a siege of the imperial city itself, occurring after the Elder Council had split up the army to attack western High Rock and eastern Morrowind. The weakened government had little defense against Uriel's determined aggression and capitulated only after a fortnight of resistance. Uriel took the throne that same evening and proclaimed himself Uriel III, Emperor of Tamriel. The year was 3rd Era 121. Thus began the War of the Red Diamond, described in Volume 2 of this series. And that was a brief history of the Empire, Book 1. Victoria, girl, I have a document that's literally just quotes from the Cosmere that I find nifty or funny. Ah. Well, if you think of any interesting pages to read, I would definitely be up for reading more of the Cosmere. What little I've read at your recommendation has been very interesting so far. Sorry I couldn't give you a proper welcome, Zoe. Welcome to the library. I'm Octavia. I'm a Succubard. Turns out getting energy from people is, that there are easier ways. Well, less strenuous ways, including reading books. And thank you for the follow. Let's see. And also, how's your day going so far? Let's see. Grogs, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Let's see. Shall we read Volume 2 of this? Maybe a little dry to people that aren't imminently interested in Elder Scrolls lore. perhaps we'll leave book 2 for a different day. Oh, the Ada redeem? Let me actually get some tea first. There we go. Ada. Actually not sure how well it fits this model. I like your voice, it's cute. Oh, thank you. Hopefully it's soothing too. Yeah, if you have passages from fantasy books that you'd like me to read, always up for taking requests. And also if there are specific Elder Scrolls books that you'd like me to read. Let's see, that's a brief history of the Empire. Do Nightingale's Fact or Fiction. Don't know if we want to do The Adventures of Eslaf Errol. It's not really a lore book, it's an in-game fiction book, which is I just realized, Zoe, the emote, it's so cute. It's a peak and a wave. Oh, so cute. I've seen the peaks. Right, so let's see. This sort of emote, right? And, you know, the wave emotes are, as always, some of my most used, especially if I'm going to somebody else's stream, right? But I don't know if I've ever seen a peak and wave in one emote before. Welcome. How's your day going so far? Let's see. Tabby? Yep, that's me. Also, yesterday I was thinking, just absent-mindedly, and the default name for the main character for Baldur's Gate 3 is Tav. T-A-V. Me? I'm Tabby. You just woke up? Well, good morning to you. I hope I can accompany your morning, don't know if morning ritual would be appropriate, or whether it's morning habits, just breakfast prep, coffee, tea perhaps. Oh, I really need to stretch. Oh. Nice stretches? Yeah, gotta stretch. It's, especially nowadays, without violin, it's harder to remember to stretch. I love the sound. I suppose that is ostensibly what I'm here for, isn't it? I make sounds into the mic, and people listen to them. Usually those sounds are coherent and mean something. I suppose stretchy sounds usually mean that I'm in some semblance of pain, but... looking through. What other? Maybe we'll read 1 or 2 Elder Scrolls books and then maybe do a chapter of the Celestia Code. Oh. No. Where'd it go? Let's see. The Warp in the West. Did we? We didn't read that. There it is. There it is. There we go. Pain can be fun. It can be, for some people. I'm usually not a fan of pain. In any form. Although, generally I'm fairly sensitive to things, so... And it's only gotten even more so, even more pronounced with estrogen, right? Like, I've lived my whole life with, being, growing up, it's like, oh, don't be so sensitive and this and that. And that's the societal propaganda that you get, right? But also, like, my whole life is kind of predicated on me being sensitive. Especially with things like music, with, even with voice stuff, reading. Like, if you're not sensitive, then, you can't self-criticize, better yourself, or in, music's case, really feel the music. So yeah, in the last 5 or 10 years, I've, I think, really come to terms with sensitivity not being the horrible, horrible thing that society thinks and, thinks it is and tries to convince us that it is. Mia. Welcome. That's a fun username. Welcome to the library. Oh, Cozy Froggo. So this is a book called The Warp in the West. And it is split into various reports from Blades agents. That's sort of the format, collated by a single person responsible for receiving the reports. So yeah. This is most likely meant for... Oh, Starwind! Welcome! I'm glad you're able to catch a live stream. And thank you for the comments on the YouTube video so far. Hopefully you've been enjoying them. We are just about to start reading The Warp in the West. The Warp in the West. Secret. For your eyes only. Let me offer my congratulations to your lordship for your recent appointment as ambassador to the court of Wayrest. This is, I believe, in Oblivion. Or in Cyrodiil. Your lordship asked me for a review of existing Blades accounts from 3rd Era 417 concerning the Warp in the West, and for a summary of the current state of affairs there. Since your lordship was in Blackmarsh, serving in the staff of Admiral Sosorius at the time, you probably know of these events only from imperial proclamations and chapel declarations, which identify this period as the Miracle of Peace. During the Miracle of Peace, according to official accounts, the formerly war-racked Iliac Bay region was transformed overnight from a patchwork of squabbling duchies and petty kingdoms into the peaceful modern counties of Hammerfell, Sentinel, Wayrest, and Orsinium. The miracle of peace, also known as the Warp in the West, is celebrated as the product of the miraculous intervention of Stendarr, Mara, and Akatosh to transform this troublesome region into peaceful, well-governed imperial counties. The catastrophic destruction of landscape and property, and the large loss of life attending upon this miracle is understood to have been, quote, tragic and beyond mortal comprehension. In as much as this account confirms and validates the current borders of these counties, and identifies the rulers and boundaries of these counties as ordained by the Nine, the miracle of peace serves imperial objectives of peaceful consolidation of ancient petty states and sovereigns into manageable imperial jurisdictions. The other remarkable features of these events, mass disappearances, armies mysteriously transported hundreds of miles or completely annihilated, titanic storms and celestial phenomena, apparent local discontinuities of time, fit comfortably into the notion that these events are part of a vast, mysterious, divine intervention. However, this is only the public account of these events, and, as you may suspect, it conflicts with many other accounts. In short, while this explanation suits imperial policy, it has little historical validity. Your lordship should know that the Blades have concluded that there is no plausible historical account of these events, and despairs that a plausible historical account shall ever be produced. The Blades have concluded that a, quote, miracle occurred, insofar as the events are inexplicable. But the Blades strongly doubt the miracle was of divine origin. There is good reason to believe that the ruling families of the 4 modern Iliac Bay counties had forewarning of the event. There is also some evidence that some of these ruling families may have been directly or indirectly responsible for the event. We do not know the exact sequence of actions that produced the event, although we are confident that the, quote, totem artifact was involved, and that a Blades agent was involved in employing that artifact. We, unfortunately, lost contact with that agent immediately after the event. His report might have gone some way to solving the contradictory and paradoxical accounts of the event. The Blades have on file few reports from agents dating from the, quote, warp in the West period. Most of our agents were lost in the initial dislocations, and others were lost in the confusion after the event. I present a few of these reports to give you a general sense of their limitations, including the report of your diplomatic predecessor, Lord Straw. You will have access to other private and rumored accounts of the period. I believe you will agree that these documents raise more questions than they answer. The report of Hammerfell agent Briarbird. I was on assignment in the Alakir Desert, a few miles south of Bergama, on the 9th of Frostfall. I was encamped as it was still early morning when I felt the ground shake so violently I was thrown to the ground. Dazed, I was aware of a great roar of a sandstorm, which alarmed me as I had been on a high dune and had seen nothing like that on the horizon. It was on me before I was even on my knees, burying me and my camp. When I crawled my way out of the sand, I realized that I must make haste and get to Bergama as soon as possible, as all my food and water had been swept away. The sun was just rising as I began, like I said. When I reached Bergama, it was nightfall. The town was in chaos, filled with the soldiers of Sentinel. The Lord Bergama's fortress was in ruins. There had been an attack, but no one had seen it, only the invasion that followed it. The soldiers of Queen Akorithi of Sentinel refused to be interviewed about how they had accomplished this sneak attack, but I came to learn that the whole of northern Hammerfell now belonged to them. Even stranger, I discovered that my walk from sunrise to sundown had not taken me one day, but two. It was now the 11th of the month, not the 10th. I had lost a day somewhere, and apparently so had everyone else. Except Akarithi's soldiers, who were somehow aware of the correct date. I since have concluded that they had received advanced warning, and so were better prepared to deal with the strange confusion of time and dates associated with the warp. End report. The report of High Rock Agent Grey Lady. I was, at the time of the warp, undercover as a witch in the Skeffington Coven of Phrygius in central High Rock. In order to give my report, I had volunteered for an expedition to gather supplies, which would allow me the freedom to reach my contact in Camlorn. I was traveling northeast along the foothills of the Rothgarian Mountains on the 9th of Frostfall, when I felt a great heat behind me, like a fire. I turned, but I regret to say that I cannot tell you what I saw. The healers tell me my eyes were burnt out of my sockets. I think I must have fallen into a state of semi-consciousness, for I distinctly remember falling on the ground. Seemed to have falling as the ground seemed to give way beneath me. Then there was a series of explosions in the distance to the south, and I heard high whistling noises that were getting louder, coming closer. I had my shield with me, and fortunately anticipated that volleys of some sort were falling from the sky. Though I could not see them, I could hear them coming from a distance away, and was able to use my shield to block them from striking me. The assault stopped suddenly, and I could smell smoke. I learned later that most of the forest of Ikalon and Phigius had caught fire in an inferno that started further south in Dynia and the Elysian hills. Fortunately, I kept my bearing and moved north, finally reaching a temple in the wilderness where my wounds were healed, as well as they could be. It was there I learned that there had been a three-way clash between Daggerfall, Wayrest, and Orsinium, not far from where I had been, and that the land midway between their kingdoms had been decimated. End report. Let me take a sip here. I wish I had somebody to brew me more tea. It would take at least 10 more minutes to get a whole new mug of it, and it's not lasted nearly as long as I wanted to. The report of Ambassador Lord Nigan Straw. His Imperial Majesty has sent me on a delicate errand, the details of which I cannot convey in this unsecure report, but my official capacity was to be the Emperor's ambassador to the court of Wayrest. From there, I was to meet with an old friend, Lady Brisiena, who was already in the vicinity. Forgoing any attempt at stealth, I was on an Imperial barge, sailing westward on the Bjolse, the morning of the 9th of Frostfall. I remember it was a slightly chilly day, but the sky was very blue. We had just passed the delightful riverside village of Candlemas when the captain sounded the alarm. There, in front of us, was a colossal wall of water, at least 30 feet high. It smashed our barge to splinters before any of us had a chance to react. I woke up on the shore, having been rescued by one of my servants who had miraculously not lost consciousness. He and I and one other man were the only survivors. I thought at first that it was suspiciously similar to what happened to another agent of ours in High Rock, but a short time before, where a freak storm had shipwrecked him in the Iliac Bay near the privateer's hold. Furious and determined to see if similar forces were at work, I began a quick march to Wayrest. The march, however, was not so terribly quick. The villages all along the Bjolse were on fire, and battles raged between the orcs of Orsinium and the soldiers of King Eadweir in the formerly independent Principality of Garvaton, just east of Wayrest. I am an accomplished mage and quite able to defend myself, but it took the better part of a week to make it those few miles to Wayrest. Eadweir of Wayrest and his queen Baronzaya were celebrating their great victories when I arrived. By then, I had gathered the barest facts of the matter, that simultaneously there were 7 great battles in the Iliac Bay, and no one could describe them at all. Only their blood-soaked aftermath. To summarize, On the 9th of Frostfall, there had been 44 independent kingdoms, counties, baronies, and dukedoms surrounding the Iliac Bay. If one includes the unconquered territories of the Rothgarian Mountains, the Dragontail Mountains, the High Rock Sea Coast, the Isle of Barfiera, and the Alakir Desert. On the 11th of Frostfall, there were but 4: Daggerfall, Sentinel, Wayrest, and Orsinium. And all the points where they met lay in ruins as the armies continued to do battle. I was determined to find the truth from the king, even if I had to be a most undiplomatic diplomat to do it. Eadweir, though a generally jovial sort, had blustered, saying he did not want to give out military secrets. The queen, ever calm with those unreadable red eyes of hers, told me, "We do not know." I think it is safe to assume that Baron Zaya did not tell me everything, but the facts of her story, which I later verified after pointed interviews in Daggerfall, Sentinel, and Orsinium, was that they had learned that a certain powerful ancient weapon was going to be activated. I shan't give the name of it here. Out of fear that it would be used against Wayrest, the king had attempted to buy it from the young adventurer who had discovered its whereabouts. Eadweir believed, as it turned out quite rightly, that other powers in the Bay had also attempted to win ownership of this device. What happened then? As Baron Zaya said, we do not know. The morning of the 9th and the following of the 11th somehow merged through some sort of warp in the west, and Wayrest found themselves at war. Their land had been expanded threefold, but they were under attack by Daggerfall to the west, Orsinium to the east, and Sentinel to the south. There had been no time to understand what had happened, the king said. They had simply reacted, sending their armies to defend their lands against these enemies, whose kingdoms had also gained great territorial advantage. The battles continued on. Now, months later, as I return... the battles continue on, now, months later, as I return to the Imperial City to make my report. What more do I have to say? They are bloody, violent clashes, as is always the case with modern warfare. But I have been to the blackened, desolate no man's land between the 4 remaining kingdoms. No mortal army caused that devastation. I can say that the force that shook the Iliac Bay on the 10th of Frostfall, 3rd Era 417, was infinitesimally greater than the power these mighty kingdoms are wielding today. I can say that there were other strange events on that day which kept the kingdoms from breaking free of the Empire, and accomplished likely more besides. And I can say there is nothing left of it. This power, this weapon in the bay. The warp that it created swallowed it up. Current political affairs in the Iliac Bay Almost 20 years have passed, and the region, though transformed, has stabilized. There are no more disputed territories, and the kingdoms of Daggerfall, Wayrest, Sentinel, and Orsinium hold their new borders in relative peace. Wayrest spreads across the eastern coast of the bay, stretching from the land formerly called Anteclaire to half of Gardevoir. Edwir has passed on to his ancestors, leaving his kingdom in the hands of his daughter Elisana, who has 2 children by her royal consort and seems likely to hold her father's lands. Your lordship may also choose to communicate directly with King Helseth and Queen Berenzia in Mournhold. Their primary preoccupations are, of course, with Morrowind's affairs, but they may still have useful observations upon Wayrest's ruling families and political environs that may aid you in your understanding of the court of Queen Elisana. King Gortwog of Orsinium controls much of the Rothgarian mountains as well as the profitable river coasts of Bjolser. He persists in his demands that Orsinium be recognized as an imperial province separate from High Rock. The Elder Council treats Gortwog as a recognized king and collects taxes directly from Orsinium, but officially Orsinium remains a county of High Rock, though technically it spans both the provinces of High Rock and Hammerfell. Sentinel has gained the most land, sprawled across the entire southern Iliac Bay from Abaddon Gora beyond the Dragontail Mountains to the edge of the Mornoth, Orsinium's territory. Queen Akarithi, at her death, left her enormous kingdom to her only surviving son, Lotan, who is now surely one of the most powerful kings in Tamriel. Daggerfall is still ruled by the Breton king Gothrid and the Redguard queen Ubki. Their land now encompasses all of western High Rock, from the border they share with the Wayrest at Anteclaire to the east, to Ikalon to the north. They have 4 children now and are much beloved in their realm. If there are other repercussions of the mysterious warp in the west, they have not yet come to our attention in the course of 20 years of observation. And that was Warp in the West. This is, I believe the Warp in the West is a thing that happens during the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall? I think? I'm not quite sure about that. I'm more familiar with Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, unfortunately. It's nighttime. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Wait a minute, is that a... Oh, waffly. Okay. I thought the hat was bunny ears, which I have a streamer that I know is a little bunny ninja. And then I saw the name Waffle and thought Wiffle, who is another streamer that I know. I was really confused there for just a second. Welcome to the library. How's your day going so far? Still reading some Elder Scrolls, and maybe we'll read Night Falls and Sentinel, and then I don't know, I have half a mind to actually switch to maybe games at some point. I'm trying to figure out what my body can handle at the moment is my main consideration. Okay, and let me do... Oh, we are 3 followers away from 400. We're so close, so close. Starwind, all right, back to driving. Yeah, being a trucker. I'll keep you running in the background. Thank you, thank you. And hopefully the longer stories have been useful for that. It's Snake time. I'm just the listener. A listener of the Dark Brotherhood, perhaps? Let's see, that is more than the West. They have? Glad to hear it, Starwind. Really glad. There's plenty more queued up. Snake time, don't know what it means, but yes. Do you care about spoilers for... Oh no, it wouldn't even be spoilers, I suppose. This is more lore. The Dark Brotherhood is an assassin's guild in Tamriel, in the Elder Scrolls. And their leader, especially in modern times, is called the Night Mother. But she's sort of dead. She's effectively a sanctified mummified corpse. But she talks to one person within the Dark Brotherhood, called the Listener. And it's the only person that she'll talk to. But basically, when people want an assassination done, they do a ritual. The Night Mother becomes aware of the ritual because magical night lady mummy. And then tells the Listener. And then from the Listener, that info, the info for the assassination, and the source of the request is disseminated down into the guild members that actually do the work on the ground. And so effectively, the Night Mother is the head of the guild. Sithis is the deity they worship. And the Listener is effectively the second in command, right under the supernatural figures. So a very respected position. And you can, there's, at the very least, Skyrim deals with not just the Dark Brotherhood, but the Listener as a position and what it means, and the responsibilities and the respect that it garners, etc., etc. I can't say anything for Oblivion. Remaster's coming out fairly soon. Skyblivion is coming out sometime this year. So if you are curious, I would recommend playing one or the other, or both. Let's see. Where is Night Falls on Sentinel? There it is. So Night Falls on Sentinels, I believe my very, very first recording over on the YouTube channel. It still has my old PNG model instead of this nice animated model. Are they redoing Oblivion? I think I saw news. Yeah, so there's Skyblivion, which is a from the ground up remake of Oblivion in the Skyrim engine. That fan modders, a large group of very skilled, highly skilled in various skills modders that have been working on it for years now, and their projected release is sometime later this year, perhaps sometime early next year. the official Bethesda remake, which we don't have details for it very much. As far as we know, it isn't a from the grounds up remake. It's being called a remaster. Is going to be released sometime in the next week or two. There's been leaks and rumors for at least the past half a year, maybe two even. But just yesterday there was a leak that is basically irrefutable proof of the release. So yeah, as far as the Elder Scrolls community knows, the remake is coming out. No, remaster is coming out very, very soon. Let's see, Night Falls on Sentinel, written by Boali. Let's see. Night Falls on Sentinel. Boali. Let's get the entire text of it here real quick. Fortunately, I have to take text and reformat it in a way that doesn't cause me migraines over the course of a stream, or and is actually readable to some degree. White text on a black background, dark mode, love it, wonderful. Turns out that moss green text on a dark charcoal background, is actually the comfortable middle ground between legibility and comfort. The dark green, the mossy green, this isn't like a super saturated. It's maybe it's more. I wonder if it has a bit more yellow in it. I don't know. It's not quite that rich, true green. It's much more of a almost muted, slightly lighter moss green that shows up well, even on dark backgrounds. And also our eyes are really, really good at picking out green and pink. And I don't know the exact biology behind it. Especially lime green and like a super hot, almost magenta-y pink are the two colors that our eyes pick up the best. The only reason I know that is because in Warframe, explosive weapons used to be able to damage you as well. And you get to a certain point and you upgrade them enough and they can just one-shot you. And so and the one we used was sort of a delayed fuse activatable grenade launcher thing. But we had to put a trail on it so that we could keep track of it. Otherwise, we don't remember where it went. Large explosion, we die. And so, yeah, we either put a super, super hot pink trail on it or a super, super neon-y lime green trail on it. And then we still blew ourselves up. Slightly better, but Bunini, hello, welcome. It was so pretty. I also love Warframe, so I spent thousands of hours in Warframe. Such a fun game to grind. Yeah, it really is. Space ninjas. Space ninjas. And also, thank you for the first time chat. Welcome to the Succubard's library. Hopefully you're... Oh. I forgot to do the ara. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I was just about to do an ara for a redeem. And then I was about to read a story from the Elder Scrolls. Let me get a little bit of tea for the throat real quick. streaming is hard on the throat. Reading streams even more so. Hopefully you liked it, Boku. Yeah, I've spent thousands of hours in Warframe 2. It's a lot of fun. Haven't really kept up with it the last 3-4 years. I'll probably go back once they put Ureli Prime in. They can bribe me with a Ureli Prime. But yeah. Love your voice, so hot. Oh, thank you. Munini, love that. Yeah, you're talking so much on stream. Loved it. I'm glad I decided to stop in. Me too. And luckily, it's honestly part of the food budget with between subs and the coffee supporters, the monthly coffee supporters. A good chunk of that is going to tea and honey and lemon juice. And I have, a good solid, what is this, probably 500 milliliters, maybe 600 milliliters of tea that on my desk in a big old mug. And then I have a separate, 600 milliliter water container. But just water just doesn't cut it, unfortunately. Honestly, I need to use I usually use my my thermos for extra water supplies. But I have half a mind to just make more tea and then slowly pour the tea out, so that it's relatively warm, and I have more than 2.5 hours of tea supply while I stream. Though before I start Night Falls on Sentinel, let me do 3 minutes of ads real quick. Sorry, I have to do them. If I don't, they turn on pre-roll ads and you get ads anyway. So, but don't worry, I won't read in this in the 3 minutes. Take a quick break, take a sip, take a munch, stretch. Stretching is important, and I will see you in 3 minutes. Although, for subscribers, you'll still be here. We can just chat. But I gotta make Twitch happy. Yeah. They strong arm us into at least having three minutes of ads. Although if you have either Twitch Nitro, which does support us, by the way, we get money from Twitch Nitro, but you don't see ads, or subs, then you also don't have to watch the subs or watch ads. And the subs not having to watch is actually an option, like a little toggle in our backend. And I'm sure some people have that, so that even subs have to see ads, which, but I think logically it's, if somebody is willing to sub to you every month, it's, more than fair that they don't have to see the ads. Personally, I would prefer that nobody has to see the ads, but I have my hands tied. Well, my hands are free right now, physically. Digitally, as a streamer, yeah, I'm hands tied by Twitch, unfortunately. Not getting out of that one for a long while. But it's good to know. And me and a friend's stream, we never know it would be triggered manually. Good to remember for the future, you have to have some ads. Yeah, so if you look at dashboard.twitch.tv/use/your own username, I believe, there's the stream manager. And one of the things that you can have displayed up top, alongside the bitrate and the followers, is pre-roll off. and then a timer. And that is the amount of time that you have where people coming into stream don't see ads. And every time you do 3 minutes of ads, it resets that to 60 minutes. And so for me, every 45 to 60 minutes, depending on what's good timing, I'll just run 3 minutes of ads, tell everybody, hey, take a quick break. I won't read anything, won't do anything crucial, right? Because, I want my viewers to actually be able to enjoy things. And I don't think ads being in the middle of, cutting off the middle of stories is, it incentivizes people more to give me money, which is, like a disabled, really, really not well off bard would be really nice. But also as a not very well off, Succubard, I get the sheer frustration of ads. So, yeah. Definitely don't want to. And also, like, showing ads to people that are just coming in and showing ads to them before they even see what my stream is about just feels icky. And you can actually schedule ads to just go off automatically, 3 minutes every 60 seconds. And that way you don't have to worry about it. For me, I find it better to just have it part of my my interface here. I have 3 monitors, luckily. So my center is my reading and active stuff. My right is my chat and my OBS. My left is my more of the stream web control stuff. And I can just have the pre-rolls, the pre-roll timer there, manually activate it there. That way my timings aren't in the middle of stories. Benini, you can stop someone from wanting to even engage with the channel if they happen before you even watch. Absolutely, yeah. I've definitely tried to check out people, and it starts me on, a bunch of ads. Even if it's only 1 or 2 minutes, it's still like, okay, do I really want to? On PC, I'm just gonna mute the tab and do whatever and wait for it to, for the ads to end. But on mobile, which is half of my Twitch viewers, I think. I don't know the YouTube stats, but for Twitch, I think it's about half and half PC and desktop. And that's on a phone, it's, you can't just stick it on a second monitor or minimize it really, easily and just do other stuff in the meantime. And so it's, yeah. Benini, is it worth the wait? Yeah, it's a toss-up. I usually watch on mobile. It's not as easy to just ignore. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, like, if you turn the volume all the way down, the person doesn't get ad money. So, like, if you mute the tab, Twitch doesn't realize it. If you mute the stream through Twitch controls, the streamer doesn't get ad money. As far as I know. If anybody has better info on that, if I am mistaken, I am always up for corrections. Wait, really? Turning the volume all the way down gets them no money? As far as I know, yeah. As far as I know. But just instead muting the tab, the browser tab in a computer, doesn't clue Twitch in. On the flip side, that's dystopian as hell. Yeah, that's ads and a lot of corporate stuff is hostile to the user. I forgot what exactly in game design. It's player hostile design or something like that. Where especially with like free-to-play games that are trying to get you to buy things in the cash shop, some of the hostile design is like super grindy, time gates. What else is there? Actually, Benini, with Warframe, So Warframe, part of the non-hostile design is that platinum, the premium currency, can just be traded by anybody. So everybody can get things that are bought with platinum, right? Wonderful non-hostile design. On the flip side, the weights for crafting things, those are meant to try to urge you to monetize, to skip the wait period with platinum, right? Or to just outright buy things with platinum instead of crafting and waiting for, with frames, it's what, 3.5 days, 12 hours for the parts, and then 72 hours for the Warframe build, right? Yeah, creator hostile, time gates stopped by money is pretty evil. The bench weight is so annoying. Yeah. And like at some point you can have 1 billion weapons, right? Just all crafting and you don't care too much. On the flip side, if you don't have too many on the back burner and you're excited about a thing, it can be, So that's, hostile design. And hostile design shows up in, other facets of life, but with games, with corporations, with ads, that's some of how it manifests. Now, let's see. Night falls on Sentinel. How long is this? 1,200 words. That's a fairly decent length. 5 pages. Like I said, this is over on the YouTube channel. I have a lot of stories recorded already. I think we're at 8 or 9. But this is the very first story that I uploaded a recording of. And again, the avatar in that particular video is my very, very old, my first VTuber model, which was a PNG model. Benini, I'm just glad I don't play mobile games. Yeah, same. And I generally stay away from gacha games too. Which sucks, because I love the aesthetic style of things like Genshin, and I want to, violinist, right? And like a soundtrack violinist. I up until, a month and a half, 2 months ago, I was, the violin was my main thing instead of reading, and I play soundtracks, right? Not, anything else. And so playing games and getting to know the soundtracks is a super important part of that I want to do, but I can't do that with gacha games. Especially, as an ADHDer, right? It's physically and financially dangerous for me too. And those sorts of games literally prey on people like me. Bunny, don't let me distract you. You've got a lot of reading. I'm just a talker. No, it's all right. Part of the fun of streams is the chatting. If people want the just a straight front to back reading nothing else, there's the YouTube channel. The stream is where we get to, read part of something's, and chat about it, or talk about, things that are tangential or go on tangents. Some of my favorite tangents are, this is some serious Thalmor bootlicking. Here's why. Take a look at the author. Or there was another where I think it was the Imperial Guide to Skyrim. Or it was like a guidebook to Skyrim or something like that. It's meant for Imperial soldiers, Imperial officers, to just quick rundown of the different areas of Skyrim, right? It gets the history of Winterhold just so utterly wrong. Completely glosses over the fact that it was the literal capital city of Skyrim for however long. And now it is very much just a small village. But at one time was literally a capital city, and most of it is at the bottom of a cliff in the bottom of the ocean now. So yeah, that was another fun tangent that's somewhere in the streams. um, yeah. Oh, cool. It's biased. We're reading through a specific lens. Yeah. It's everything that I read from the Elder Scrolls is always don't just assume unreliable narrator. It is always an unreliable narrator. Every one of these in-game books is written by somebody. And thus, the book itself is limited by that somebody. The Great War, the book, covers the events from a little before the Great War through to the end of the Great War, and then to 5 years afterwards, through the end of the of Hammerfell's defense and repelling of Thalmor, Aldmeri forces out of Hammerfell, right? But it is from the perspective of a Imperial veteran soldier, and so he states up front, actually, this is actually a really, really good part of the book, The Great War, is he says up front, in fact, let me even get the text here for it real quick. Let's see, The Great War, there it is. So I have my own personal preface on this, right? This book tells the war between the Aldmeri Dominion, also called the Thalmor, and the Cyrodiilic Empire, also called the Third Empire, between the war years 4th Era 171 and 5. Though it covers related events through the year 4th Era 180. The events of the Skyrim Civil War between the same Cyrodiilic Empire and the Stormcloaks takes place only 21 years later, in the year 4th Era 201. The Great War would go on to directly cause the Skyrim Civil War, and thus this book provides much-needed context for anyone who desires to understand the reasons behind the Skyrim Civil War, not just the events and dates therein. Of particular importance to keep in mind in this is that the Thalmor called the Great War the first war against the Empire. Thus, we can put not just the actions of the Thalmor during the war, but after the Great War in the context of a preparation for a second war against the Empire. That's my personal note. Right after that personal note is the author's note, which goes, much of what is written in this book is pieced together from documents captured from the enemy during the war, interrogation of prisoners, eyewitness accounts from surviving soldiers and imperial officers. I myself commanded the 10th Legion in Hammerfell and Cyrodiil until I was wounded in 175 during the assault on the imperial city. That said, the full truth of some events may never be known. I have done my best to fill in the gaps with educated conjectures based on my experience as well as my hard-earned knowledge of the enemy. That's the author's note. It goes right at the beginning of the book. And really, every book in Skyrim needs to have this disclaimer. It's just this author is self-aware enough to go, I don't know everything. A lot of it is pieced together. Some of it may never be known. So take this with, a salt lick. Well, not quite a full, some salt. Maybe not a full salt lick, like what book is it? The Talos Mistake is a book written by I believe an ambassador or some kind of liaison from the Empire to the Thalmor. And that's the Thalmor Bootlicker book, which doesn't have any sort of author's note like this, right? But that one needs it the most. Well, maybe not the most. That one definitely top 10% of books that absolutely need that. But interesting. I never delved too deep into the books in Skyrim, but this makes me excited to listen to it now. Interesting. Already putting up front, we aren't working with a full deck. Yeah. And the cards we're working with may be damaged, or partially destroyed, or my side is correct and nobody else understands. We did nothing wrong. Yeah, yeah. It's and granted. A lot of things are from the Empire standpoint as well. So that needs to be something that's thought of. The Empire is, as far as I know of the history of Tamriel, is not too horrible. There have been dark parts of the Empire. The Thalmor, on the other hand, is pretty bad. So it's, yeah. And whenever you read about, let's see, there's the Ulfric dossier in Skyrim, which basically says, so Ulfric Stormcloak is in Skyrim, the leader of the Skyrim rebels, the Stormcloaks, right? But during the Great War, he was a part of the Imperial Army. He actually stopped his training, his the voice training that he was doing with the Greybeards to go join the Imperial Legions to help the Empire. And that's why when the White Gold Concordat was signed and the Empire agreed, this was a Thalmor demand, that they outlaw the worship of Talos. Ulfric and many other Nords felt justifiably betrayed, right? Which directly leads to, is one of the major factors that leads to the Skyrim Civil War, right? It's like I said in the author's note there, or not author's note, personal preface. But there is a dossier on Ulfric. This is a Thalmor internal document that says, that in summary says, we had Ulfric, we got information from him, we led him to believe that the information he gave up to us under duress led to harm to the Empire, Imperial losses, that sort of thing, right? Even though by the time they got that information from him, those events had already happened. So that they had actually tricked him into believing this. And so part of the dossier is that it's Thalmor internal messaging, right? So it's as truthful as the Thalmor want to be with other Thalmor. And then limited by their perspective on the world and the war and on just general intel. But then there's people that talk about the lore of Skyrim and, are you for the Nords or the Empire? And, the Empire did this, and the Stormcloaks are like this. And, there's accusations being thrown about, but especially about Ulfric. But one of the things that I think is important to note with Ulfric is that there may be some semblance of guilt because he thinks that because he gave up certain information during duress that led to harm to effectively his siblings in arms, right? Benini, my boyfriend, used to love the Empire when Skyrim came out and argued with other people who always fought for the Nords. It was always so funny because I never thought about the war too hard. I was just more just doing different sides to play all the game had to offer. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. And you get to see through the different sides, right? Even a Stormcloak hardliner is probably going to admit that, yes, Ulfric is racist, which is strange because generally his father wasn't as racist. Yeah, I didn't like the Stormcloaks because whenever they got Whiterun, they acted really misogynistic. But I wanted to see what happened. Yeah. That's well, in games especially, some things are gated behind a murder hobo run, right? Although often I can't bring myself to, there's the meme about, it's, games are fantasy peddling or pandering or something like that, right? And meanwhile, a lot of us are sitting there, with the dialogue options, and we can't use the mean one because it'll make the digital character NPC's feelings hurt, right? Like hurt their feelings, right? Like it's but so yeah, and then like on the Empire side, right? Like honestly, they really shouldn't have signed that the White Gold Concordat. Granted, like they didn't know this at the time, but from the signing of the Concordat through the next 5 years, Hammerfell alone, I believe alone. So a province that the Empire actually had to denounce as not their own as part of the Concordat, they fought the Thalmor by themselves. Right, no help from the whole rest of the Empire, and Hammerfell kicked the Thalmor, the Admeri Dominion, out of their territory. So Hammerfell, rightly, is just like, what was the point of the Concordat? Like, we alone kicked Thalmor Tush right out of our land. Right? Like, and that was directly after the war. This wasn't even like they got done with the war and now they're going to fight a different war. No. The Thalmor had already gained a large chunk of Hammerfell. So Hammerfell was already on the back foot, very much attrited from a 5-year war. And now with no help, a huge chunk of their territory is already in enemy hands, and they managed to push the Thalmor out of their lands. And so considering that, and the fact that the Empire gave up, gave so much ground to the Thalmor in the negotiations, basically just gave the Thalmor exactly what they asked for in the beginning, they brought this upon themselves. B, I forgot what his name is, the head of the Empire in Skyrim. He's racist as hell too. he just isn't a Jarl, so like he can't just, his actions aren't affecting every aspect of everyone's lives in Solitude. Like he has a Nord second in command. It's totally dismissive of Nord culture, Nord tradition, right? Just like really, really stereotypical. General Tullius, thank you. Really, really stereotypical racist stuff, right? It just doesn't have a what do you call it? It's like a territory to rule over as a Jarl. He's a military governor, but he really only cares about the military stuff, right? And so it doesn't really filter down into the daily life like it does with Ulfric and the Dunmer and the the Argonians. There we go, the Argonians. And so yeah, like it's much like the unreliable narrator thing. Both the Empire and the Stormcloaks, neither are angels. Neither are angels, I mean, you get picked up on the border as a non-combatant at a similar time that they pick up some Stormcloaks and a horse thief, and the captain there is just like, yeah, no, we don't care, just execute them. Right? And Hadvar is just sitting there like, look, I'm sorry, my hands are tied. We'll make sure that, your remains get sent back to insert race-appropriate region here, like, Hadvar still has some compassion and empathy for you in the beginning of the game, right? But the captain is just like, oh, don't care that you're not a Stormcloak. You're executed. Come on. Right? Like, that's... You go into the game. That is the first 5 minutes of the game. Of course people are going to go to the Stormcloaks, right? Like, yes, Hadvar was somewhat compassionate to you, but he's Imperial. They literally just tried to murder you. Like, this isn't, you know, it's not justice. It's not, you know, it's just pick up a random person, murder them, or attempt to murder them. So yeah, like, there's plenty more besides, right? But yeah, that's, the context there is, it's actually interesting because there's so much murk there. These are human, well, mortal. They're mortals, right? They are not perfect. They are not perfect heroes or villains. Within each group, you're going to have people of different perspectives and different moralities, and different loyalties and allegiances. It is true that a united Empire plus Skyrim stands a better chance, I think, against the Thalmor. But also, the Empire's time to have done that is before they denounced Hammerfell is not part of the Empire, right? Before they let go of that just to, you know, they threw Hammerfell to the dogs, to the Thalmor. Just, you know, completely left them alone without aid after the Great War. And so it's like, you know, looking back at the history and the context, all of that is really, really interesting. Okay, let me catch up with the comments because I've been nearly monologuing for a while. But yeah, didn't like the Stormcloaks because whenever they, oh no, I read that. Victoria, I'm gonna be honest. I actually reloaded a Skyrim save because I accidentally killed a neutral doggo. Oh no, rip doggo. Let's see. Reminds me of the real world negotiations where people in power just decide what happens. It is. Yeah. It's a fairly accurate simulacrum. Honestly, I love Argonian lore. Victoria, if you have books that are give insights into Argonian lore, I would love to read some. That aren't the Lusty Argonian Maid Volume 1, Lusty Argonian Maid Volume 2, and the Sultry Argonian Maid Volume 1. Because honestly, I really don't know that much about them. I played in Argonia. I don't remember there being too much social commentary moments, but when there was, people were super racist. Yeah. Like, part of it is, like, going back in time and, you know, it's, like, sort of tribalism at its core, right? Is sort of this thing that often happens with mortals if you know, your survival depends on a really close-knit in-group, right? And so it's fairly natural that that sort of thing takes place if there aren't efforts to curb it and to educate people and to, you know, learn and do better. But power, majority, minority stuff, yeah. The Argonians, interestingly, so we were talking about Oblivion, right? And the Oblivion crisis, right? So very, very minor spoilers for Oblivion here. The Daedra open a ton of gates and invade Tamriel. The Cyrodiilic Empire went, ah! The Argonians went, huh. Wonder if those gates work both ways. And they counter-invaded Oblivion. the Argonians counter-invaded Oblivion. Metal Assault, yeah, yeah. So, and there's some of that going on with the Altmer on Somerset Island, Somerset Isle, which eventually, so that's the Altmer, the High Elves, that eventually leads into the Aldmeri Dominion, or the Thalmor. They were a minority political group then, but gained a bunch of power during the Oblivion Crisis, and afterwards, mostly by lying. Mostly by lying. Let's be true. Let's be real here. But they are a savvy political group that wants power, and has been gaining power for the last 3... No, not 3 Elder Scrolls games. Just about 1.5, effectively. My boyfriend had your Empire plus Skyrim is better together take. Your boyfriend heard your Empire plus Skyrim is better together take, and he's so happy. Aww. I'm glad. It really is, though. Like, it's, you know, the whole point of the Thalmor. So, like, my preface that I added to the Great War is that, you know, the actions of the Thalmor, they call it the First War against the Empire, they're planning for a second. And the White Gold Concordat and the banning of the worship of Talos, and forcing the Empire to denounce Hammerfell, all of this is meant to take the Empire apart piece by piece, so that the Empire is weakened, right? And they've done that with Khajiit lands and peoples as well. They did a coup on the Bosmer, who are the Wood Elves. So yeah, like, they're just overall, the Empire and the various lands stand a much better chance against the Thalmor if they are not doing as the Thalmor want and plan, and being, like, completely separated piece by piece over, you know, a few hundred years. A few hundred years. Not even a few hundred years. No, a few hundred years. A few hundred years, yeah. I believe... I need to get my dates straight. I don't remember when the Oblivion Crisis is. But the Thalmor gain a lot of strength between the Oblivion Crisis and, like, 4th era 150-ish? And then the Great War is 4th era 171 through 75, right? So yeah. Victoria, it's the response to the Oblivion Crisis was Uno reverse? Is for me? Meanwhile, I'm sure the Khajiits were, like, looking at the gates going, I fits, I sits. Benini loves the Empire. There's a lot of cool stuff about the Empire. I don't know if I'd love the Empire, but yeah, there's a lot of... I mean, the only group I really dislike overall is, like, the Thalmor. And even that is interesting in the way they've done things, the way they've, you know, come to power, the various tactics that they've used, the way that they actually seem to have a fairly cohesive, like, geopolitical plan going forward in their grabs for power. So yeah, not exactly good guys, but interesting. Let me take a sip here. So it turns out monologuing, going on tangents, dries my mouth out more than reading. Oh, and now I am sad. I am out of tea. Benini, I want to go to the Katt's homeland, hang out in the oasis in the desert. That would be nice. The warm sands of elsewhere. I think also, so the sands are northern elsewhere? Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who knows the elsewhere geography better. But I believe the northern half is more warm desert, and the southern half is more jungle? Seem to remember a north-south split in biome is what I'm thinking. And also a north-south split in terms of the ruling political powers and the geography, geopolitics. Yeah. Let me. There it is. So this is a story called Night Falls on Sentinel. I think we got glimpses or heard little snippets of Sentinel in the Warp to the West. Right. That took a Sentinel, I believe, is part of Hammerfell. I mean, is there an Elder Scrolls game set in elsewhere? I want a whole game there. Unfortunately, none of the mainline games, as far as I'm aware. Elder Scrolls Online might have it? I'm not sure. But that's an MMO. It's going to demand a whole lot of your time and expansions and the usual MMO mechanics and that sort of issue. So that's your mileage may vary compared to a single player game. Yeah, it's a lot to get into. Yeah, which is definitely, sad. That's speaking of, shout out to Warframe. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's the Elder Scrolls Online. I would love to learn more about the Psijic Order, which is the secretive Mages Order. In Skyrim, you see them just a little bit here and there in the College of Winterhold quest line. But that's it, right? Like, you don't really see them anywhere else. You don't really get to ask much. You don't get to explore anything. They just sort of appear before you, say some stuff, do that one or two more times, and then warp in at the end and do a thing, hardly even talk, and then poof, they're gone. But the Psijic Order is so the Isle of Artaeum is an island near Somerset Isle. Again, the Altmer, the High Elves, right? But the Altmerry Dominion is super pissed at the Psijic Order, because when the Psijic Order tried to exert control over, when the Altmerry Dominion, the Thalmor, tried to exert control over the Psijics, the Psijics, they just said, okay, we're just not going to be here then, and literally made the whole Isle of Artaeum disappear. Like, awesome on them for sticking it to the Thalmor in such a blatant, in-your-face fuck you, right? 10 out of 10. But also, they're mages that can do that, right? And they're fairly secretive. They tend not to directly... we've got some books on the Psijic Order and the founding and the way they work somewhere in here. But they're fairly reclusive. They don't like to interfere in especially geopolitical matters. Magical matters specifically, often they'll respond to or do things. But they have, so way back when, often they would be advisors to various powerful political figures on, on magic, right? but at some point they stopped doing that and very much adopted a much more reclusive stance on those sorts of things. And so they're really not anywhere, you know. Again, in Skyrim, you have so much, you know, you have the multiple main quests, then you have the myriad guilds, guild quest lines, and they show up for a whole total 3 minutes in one of those quest lines. Like just 3 minutes in one quest line. And you know, it's like, it's really interesting. I want to know more about them. Well, you get to know more about them if you play the Elder Scrolls Online, which I really don't want to do. So yeah. You know, if I hit like 100, 200 subs, and you know, there's a ton more supporters on Coffee, and you know, we're hitting like, you know, 1, 2, 3,000 followers, I might sacrifice some sanity and time and delve into the Elder Scrolls Online and the books that are only available in Elder Scrolls Online, in their more native forms, and you know, really explore that. But for the time being, it's a time sink I don't want to sink time into. It's MMOs, you know. So again, user hostile design. It's yeah. Banini. Oh, you want war? Peace disappears. Absolutely, yeah. That's exactly what happens. Victoria, they showed up in Skyrim too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Which I wish they showed up way more. But in kind of the Sage Gordon reminds you of the Witchers, the witches in Witcher. Yes, I think. And yeah, fairly reclusive. And then like, you know, having certain political forces having it out for them because they are inconvenient in some way, right? Yeah. Used to be heavily involved with rulers, then extermination of magic users happened, all that stuff. Yeah. And I think the Altmers so much aren't magic exterminationists, because they themselves are one of the most highly magical races. You'll see this in Elder Scrolls games, where the Altmer, the High Elves, have really good passives and activatable racial skills for magic users, right? In Skyrim, effectively, like you can you activate a skill, and for a minute or two, you have infinite mana, right? Just cast to your heart's content, which is super nice. Either at the very beginning when mana costs are prohibitive, or towards the end of the game where mana costs are prohibitive. Yeah. Before I read Night Falls on Sentinel, let me actually brew up a little bit more tea real quick. I'll be as quick as I can, but I really need something other than water. So I'm having a good bit of fun. I want to read more. You know, maybe stretch this to like, you know, 4 and a bit hours. But yeah, I really need more honey. Or not more honey. I really need more lemon honey tea. So, like, give me. It's probably gonna be about 10 minutes. But I will be back as soon as I can. Get yourself something to sip and nom and take a stretch break if you can. And I will be back as soon as the tea is brewed. Okay, let's see. let me type a message in chat real quick too. Be right back, everybody. See you soon. Don't go nowheres. we go. I'm back, Jack. May have overfilled my teacup just a smidge. I was having trouble getting up the stairs. Doesn't help that like I'm in a weakened physical state, so that was a trip. Especially trying to hold and stabilize the mug. Okay, let's see. Bloody hells. I was supposed to do the ad break while I was gone. Hi Ben, welcome back. Overcome by the EPs. Sorry, I need to do an ad break now. And then we'll get started on proper stories. It feels like it's a coin flip, whether I take a break and properly hit the ad button, or whether I go, I'm taking a break. I'm gonna run ads and I'll be back, and then we can just start. And I just don't hit the ads. It's a whole thing. Hi, Babs. I was gone for like 5 minutes and Balbs said, Chair's mine. So is the pillow. That's a good pillow. So now I am sharing my not expensive chair with one fairly large kitty. A part way between like a standard house cat and a Maine Coon. Not full big old Maine Coon with like paws as big as our palms, but definitely part way there. Okay. Ads half over. Come on, ads. Go. Oh, cool. I want one of those if I caught a cat. They are big, though. The Maine Coons are, anyway. Less a cat, and it's not a big cat, but it's definitely a medium cat, which is scary. Balbs, on the other hand, he's a hefty house cat. Probably about as large as like house cats get. But he's cuddly and warm. He's about the right size to hug. Just right in between the boobs. I swear, like, a lot of his responsibility is just making sure that I have something to hug a lot of the time. Huge guy, hug guy. Yeah. But he likes it, which is good. My other two cats don't like hugs, which is really unfortunate. Aurora likes to curl up in my lap. She likes to sit between the keyboard and me, but not actual hugs. Whereas Balbs is like, he likes the gentle squishy, just a little bit of a squish. Not a crush, just squish. Nice big old huggy squish. Just go squish, purr. Squish, purr. Squash that cat. Yep. What's her name? Catvolts, I think Catvolts. Yeah, Catvolts. Wait, is it? Yeah, that's... She does mostly programming these days and like game deving, but one of her redeems is a Squish That Cat redeem. Yeah, it's just 10 out of 10. All right. We are back. We have something for my throat. We are off of ads. We're good for a whole nother hour. Let me go back and take a look at... There it is. Victoria, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Bredens have like halved magica pool, but 50% magic absorption in Oblivion? Maybe? I haven't actually played Oblivion. I was waiting for Sky Oblivion to release for that. That said, it would be likely. I don't know about... Hi, Katt! I was not talking shit, I swear. I was gushing about your Squish That Cat redeem. Because I have a big old kitty that likes the huggy squish. I was like, someone I know has a redeem. That is Squish That Cat. Gonna squish that cat. Also, welcome to my little library. I'm gonna sit here and read a little bit more Elder Scrolls. I had to take a break for some tea, because reading this whole time, I have learned the value of lemon honey tea. But not the proper amount to prepare for a 3+ hour stream. Let's see. We're talking about... Right, Bretons. So the Bretons are... I forgot what sort of elves, but it was... the Bretons sort of came out of elven nobility taking... having offspring with humans, and eventually it sort of ended up being its own social class, and then eventually the elves had to leave for some reason, but the Bretons as a race were basically infused with more magical properties than your average, say, imperial human, right? And so even in Skyrim, I think they have 25% magic absorption or resistance. I forgot which, and I forgot their other passives. But it is one of my favorite races, and partly, I sympathize with the whole mixed race thing, but also magic resistance is really, really bloody handy. Anyway, let's see. Summoned by cat squishing. I need to do one thing real quick. Go there and boost and boost. There we go. All right. So this is a book called Night Falls on Sentinel. A sentinel is, I believe, a city in Hammerfell. Night Falls on Sentinel. Written by Boali. No music played in the nameless tavern in Sentinel, and indeed there was very little sound except for discreet, cautious murmurs of conversation. The soft pad of the barmaid's feet on stone, and the delicate slurping of the regular patrons, tongues lapping at their flagons, eyes focused on nothing at all. If anyone were less otherwise occupied, the sight of the young Redguard woman in a fine black velvet cape might have aroused surprise, even suspicion. As it were, the strange figure, out of place in an underground cellar so modest it had no sign, blended into the shadows. Are you Jomic? The stout middle-aged man with a face older than his years looked up and nodded. He returned to his drink. The young woman took the seat next to him. My name is Habala, she said, and pulled out a small bag of gold, placing it next to his mug. Sure it is, snarled Jomic, and met her eyes again. Who do you want dead? She did not turn away, but merely asked, Is it safe to talk here? No one cares about nobody else's problems but their own here. You could take off your curse and dance bare-breasted on the table and no one would even spit. The man smiled. So, who do you want dead? No one, actually, said Habala. The truth is, I only want someone removed for a while. Not harmed, you understand. And that's why I need a professional. You come highly recommended. Who you been talking to? Asked Jomic dully, returning to his drink. Friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. One of them friends don't know what he's talking about, grumbled the man. I don't do that anymore. Paula quickly took out another purse of gold, and then another, placing them at the man's elbow. He looked at her for a moment, and then poured the gold out and began counting. As he did, he asked, Who do you want removed? Just a moment, smiled Habala, shaking her head. Before we talk details, I want to know that you're a professional, and you won't harm this person very much, and that you'll be discreet. You want discreet? The man paused in his counting. All right, I'll tell you about an old job of mine. It's been, by your key, can I believe it? More than 20 years. No one but me is alive who had anything to do with the job. It's back before the time of the war, Breton, you remember that? I was just a baby. Course you was. Jomic smiled. Everyone knows that King Lawton had an older brother, Grecklith, who died, right? He's got his older sister, Abke, who married the king fella in Daggerfall. But the truth that he had two older brothers. Really? Ball's eyes glistened with interest. No lie, he chuckled. We'd a fabled fella called Arthogo, King and Queen's firstborn. Anyhow, this prince was heir to the throne, which his parents was too thrilled about, but then the Queen, she squeezed up two more princes who took a lot more fit. Then got me and two boys got hired on to make it look like the prince got took off by the under-king or some such. An idea, the young one whispered. Of course you didn't, that's the point. Jomic shook his head. Discretion, like I said. Bagged the boy, dropped him off deep in old ruin. That was that. No fuss. Not a couple fellers. Just a couple fellers. A bag and a club. That's what I'm interested in, said Habala. Technique. My friend, who needs to be taken away, is weak, also, like this prince. What is the club for? That's a tool. So many things that is better in the past aren't all around no more. Just because people today prefer as I use just to
what works right. Let me explain. 7 tier 1 prime pain centers in the average fella's body. Elves and Katt has been so sensitive and all. Got 3 and 4 more respectively. Argonians and Slaws almost as many as 52 and 67.
Jomic used his short, stubby fingers to point out each region in Habala's body.
6 in the forehead, 2 in the brow, 2 on your nose, 7 in your throat, 10 in your chest, 9 in your abdomen, 3 in each arm, 12 in your groin, 4 in your feathered leg, and 5 in the other.
That's 63, replied Habala.
No, it's not,
growled Jomic. Yes, it is, the young lady cried back, indignant that her mathematical skills were being questioned. 6 plus 2 plus 2 plus 7 plus 10 plus 9 plus 3 for one arm and 3 for the other plus 12 plus 4 plus 5, 63.
I must have left some out.
Shrugged Jomic.
The important thing is to be skilled with staff of Klaudia. You're got to be a master of the pain centers. Don't ride a little tap could kill or knock out without so much as a bruise.
Fascinating, smiled Habala. And no one ever found out.
Why would they? The boy's parents, King and Queen, they're both dead now. The other children's always brought their brothers. Thought their brother got carried off by the Under King. That's what everybody thinks. All my partners are dead.
Of natural causes?
Ain't nothing natural, but that ever happens in the bay, you know that. One fella got sucked up by one of them Selenu. Another died of that same plague that took the Queen and Prince Greckless. Another fella got beat up to death by a burglar. You gotta keep law out of sight. Like me, if I wanna stay alive.
Jomic finished counting the coins.
You must want this fella out of the way bad. How is it?
It's better if I show you, said Habala, standing back. Without a look back, she strode out of the nameless tavern. Jomic drained his beer and went out. The night was cool, with an unrestrained wind surging off the water of Iliac Bay, sending leaves flying like whirling shards. Habala stepped out of the alleyway next to the tavern and gestured to him. As he approached her, the breeze blew open her cape, revealing the armor beneath and the crest of the King of Sentinel. The fat man stepped back to flee, but she was too fast. In a blur, he found himself in the alley, on his back, the woman's knee pressed firmly against his throat. The king spent years since he took the throne looking for you and your collaborators, Jomic. His instructions to me what to do when I found you were not specific. But you've given me an idea. From her belt, Habala removed a small, sturdy cudgel. A drunk stumbling out of the bar heard a whimpered moan, accompanied by a soft whisper coming from the darkness of the alley. Let's keep better count this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that was Nightfalls on Sentinel. Yeah, seems a Sentinel is a city that is on the Iliac Bay, which we talked about, I think, in the Warp in the West. Panini, impressive rains, perfect to listen to while editing. Aww. What sort of editing are you doing? Audio? Video? Scripts? Oh, I have a feeling I'm going to burn my tongue with this. Oh. I didn't burn my tongue, chat, but I got lemon tea, not lemon honey tea. Oh. The honey was all at the bottom. Luno Moro, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the Succubard's library. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Oh, that's a little better. Oh, Bento, thank you for the follow too. Welcome to the Succubard's library. Oh, sorry, I need to rub an eye real quick. Oh, Palps is gone. I have a whole chair back, chat. I don't have to share the chair with a big old kitty. Yeah, a fairly decent range, but nowadays I've actually forgotten how to use thick voice sometimes. Like I can do thick voice, thin voice. You know, the change is easy with in an exercise, in an isolated exercise, but the in speech, it's hard to remember now. Bento, I joined because I saw your Elder Scrolls lore reading video on the Great War. You have a wonderful voice. Oh, thank you. The Great War was, I'm proud of it. And also I nearly went mad recording the damn thing. So the newest video, which is The Doors of Oblivion, 20 some odd minutes, I recorded that in 2 segments. And that was just my own fault. The Great War, which was not many minutes longer, took something like 8 segments and 30 some odd trashed takes. Because my cats and then the environment found every way to interrupt me. And then I think like the 10th or 11th take that I was doing for the first segment, this is just a simple 3 to 4 minute segment, I blew it in the last sentence. I can't blame anyone for that one. And it irritated me less than the others, but it was just getting there. You know, it's the end of a take, first successful I could almost taste it. And then I tripped up in the last sentence. Editing, that was a royal pain in the arse. I would rather read a, 10, 15, 20 minute book just in one single take. I can manage it, just the environment. And then that makes the editing actually a lot easier because I don't have to deal with timing things out nearly as much. Because once I get things properly timed out, I can, be assured that the timing will stay properly in time. Let's see, that was Nightfalls on Sentinel. So, Jomic, that guy's voice is different every single time I read this. Habala's voice doesn't change too much, right? I usually take the narrator, and the narrator's voice is generally my my speaking voice. I'm just like, you know what? Majority is going to be narration. There's no point in stressing my voice out, right? I'm trying to shift it from my standard voice to something, that I have to work at. But Habala's voice is a little lighter, maybe even delicate. Ideally, a little more musical. Something that maybe even disarms the listener a little bit. Because she's sitting there, tracking down the last murderer of, what was it, her current liege's sibling? Or parent, or something like that. I forgot the exact lore. And so, yeah, like her whole thing is that she's trying to lure him into a trap and properly, deal with him. And so, though I'm sure that she has, a combat voice, a drill sergeant voice that could, Klaudia, the largest, strongest of men. In this case, her mission isn't to cow people. It's to ideally disarm them and, to ingratiate herself to them and get them on, get better rapport with them and find her way into. Fat Gamer here. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. But that's always so frustrating when you have almost an entire take perfect and then you mess up right as you're finishing it up. It really is. Oh. But I did figure out, and I recorded the Great War one day, and I think either the next day, or the day after that, I spent. The Great War took 3 to 4 hours to record. 25 or 6 minutes. I believe the next day I was up early doing stuff and took about 3 hours to record about 67 minutes of usable takes for 7 different stories. And I figured out if I take my reading speed down by just about 10%, literally just lean back on my heels just a smidge, it almost completely eliminates my error rate. And, I'm not particularly experienced in voiceovers, right? Up until the last 2 months, I've mostly just been doing it for people that, I'm fond of. Is like an actual bedtime thing. And so I'm still learning. And yeah, that was just one of those things that I learned where it's just like, hey, if I just relax, lean back just a smidge in the reading, I'm just, 10%. Then it takes out most of the errors. I still do make them. I still do have to, cut up takes. Like I said, The Doors of Oblivion took 2 takes instead of 1. But let's see. What shall we read? Let's look at some old readings that we've done before that some people here today might not be familiar with. Are we obligated to do the Lusty Argonian Maid? Let's see. Thief of Virtue is a possible reading. What else do we have? We read the Amulet of Kings earlier. We read on Oblivion earlier. Let's see. Oh, we haven't read. I think we haven't read this for a few streams, maybe. This is welcome back, Raven. You missed me taking a break for tea. We had a big old long tangent about the various factions in Skyrim and how none of them are, pure angels. And that they all have their faults, and they are mortal. They have their flaws, both individually and as organizations. And then we talked about what did we talk about? I'm not sure. At this point, I have streamer brain. It's past 3 hours, so absolute streamer brain. So, one is called. This is the only book about Dibella that I could find. If anybody else has any books about Dibella, I'm a Succubard, right? This is, for all intents and purposes, my patron deity. But it's really sad that I don't know any of her books. Bunny just got back from taking my dog out. Talked about Skyrim and like the different games you find the lore in. Ah, right. And Argonians being metal is all right. So we talked about the Oblivion Crisis, which is, which happens during the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Long story short, the Daedra open Oblivion gates that link Oblivion, their realms, to Nirn, or Tamriel. And they do invasions. This happened all across Tamriel. You know, the Empire famously had to deal with it. The High Elves, the Altmer, actually got their main building, the Adamantine Tower, fully occupied by the Daedra and had to fight them back. The Argonians looked at the gates and said, "You're invading us." Huh. Counteroffer. What if we invade you? And so they did. Bento, I'm gonna be back in a bit. Okay. Take care. Ta-ta for now. Get back safe. Panini, I'm getting in there. Oh yeah, I'm getting in there. Hell portal? Light work, yes. It's a portal. Not something you see every day. Might as well, experience it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. To be fair, what's his name? There's the book on Oblivion, and then the Doors of Oblivion is also about this author, Morian Zenas, the mage. He was just like, how about I spend my entire life figuring out how to get to Oblivion? Yeah. And that was his whole life. Like, I bet it feels crazy, full-body psychedelic trip. Wait. Okay. So we read On Oblivion earlier, which is like the various realms and their Daedric, quote, princes. It's not a princess here isn't a gender marker. The various Daedric princes have various genders and presentations. But, and in Hermaeus Mora's case, they're just a massive tentacles and eyes. Some people are into that. And also he's the patron well, not patron. He's the prince of knowledge and secrets. Some people, not naming names. Yes, Pam. Yes, Pam. At the very least, I endorse tentacles. Yep. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Wholeheartedly endorse tentacles. He's a little bit long-winded, though. Just a little bit. But not anyone in particular. No, I won't name anyone in particular aside from myself. That's for them to out themselves for. Let me take a sip again. Oh. Chat, why is my mug of tea so heavy? We need more of a slight girly, but tentacles are always on the table. Yeah, they're related. Related, yeah. Slime girls are cool too. Slime girls, definitely endorse slime girls. Why not both? Yep, that's why they're related. Okay, that's on Oblivion. Where is the Doors of Oblivion? The Doors of Oblivion. There we go. And I think I have the full proper recording of this up on YouTube, I think. Let me check just in case I am absolutely talking out my ass here. Yes, that is my newest upload. That is the Doors of Oblivion over on YouTube, which I don't have every story I read here uploaded. At first I was cutting streams and uploading them, because I read them here anyway. But then I figured, wait a minute, I can just do proper recordings, and then I would have control of how it sounds. I can do certain things to it that I wouldn't be able to do from a stream recordings. I can, put very specific music and then, the fun editing stuff. And so, yeah, I put recordings up on YouTube so that hopefully people that like streams can come here for streams, and some people that just want the stories, the readings, especially for like sleep aids. I totally get it. I don't like streams for sleep. I like really, actual videos. They tend to be steadier. They tend to be more well regulated in terms of audio and in terms of focus. So yeah, I have that up there. I have the playlist. One of the playlists on the account is very specifically one that has all of those Elder Scrolls readings on there. So you can just put that on and have, at this point, over an hour of reading. I still have to check out the YouTube too. And on YouTube, I even have things like noise suppression. I'll figure out how to actually get my noise suppression plugins to work with, work nicely with OBS at some point. Let's see. But I'm in the process of cutting up my streams into YouTube series. I like sleepy streams, but maybe making my sleep streams into videos would be a good idea. Yeah, it's definitely depends on your audience, right? Like my whole thing is that I want to, read people to sleep. When people say I fell asleep to your stuff, that's the highest of compliments. Yeah, on the flip side, cutting up streams to be fun and exciting and interesting. That's its own whole separate thing, right? Which potentially an antithesis to sleeping, depending on the person and the style. So, yeah, it's definitely an option to do sleepy stream videos, but also can be really, really different. Doors of Oblivion. Okay, this is a fairly long one, so stick with me here. But this is so On Oblivion was written by Morian Zenis. The Doors of Oblivion was written by his apprentice as a journal, and it really does go through their experiences and acts partly as research notes as well. But you mentioned the reason I'm reading this is because you mentioned that the going through the portals, that it feels crazy, full body psychedelic trip. So that. Still wrapping my head around how all this Twitch and YouTube stuff works, but I really like your style. And also, your emotes are dope. The emotes are so good. I adore the hell out of them. Although, and there's also streamers that I specifically, my two maintained subs every month. One is Prime, one is actual. Is just so that I have two solid foundational sets of emotes that I can rely on. Because I feel naked without my emotes. I'm okay with feeling naked with emotes, but not because of not having emotes, right? This is Guild Wars. Yeah. We love our subs. You totally understand that. I don't have any and I need some. If you want to message me here or on Discord, if you want help or guidance or have any questions about emotes, I can totally help. Victoria, I just like Nova's emotes because Nova's a massive goob. Yeah. Especially Nova sneeze. Yeah. Nova sneeze is good. Okay. The Doors of Oblivion. When thou enterest into oblivion, oblivion entereth into thee. Quote from Nai Tirol Lar. The greatest mage who ever lived was my master, Morian Zenis. You have heard of him as the author of the book On Oblivion, the standard text for all on matters Daedric. Despite many entreaties over the years, he refused to update his classic book with his new discoveries and theories, because he found that the more one delves into these realms, the less certain one is. He did not want conjecture, he wanted facts. For decades before and after the publication of On Oblivion, Zenis compiled a vast personal library on the subject of Oblivion, the home of the Daedra. He divided his time between this research and personal magical growth on the assumption that should he succeed in finding a way into the dangerous world beyond and behind ours, he would need much power to wander its dark paths. 12 years before Zenis began the journey he had prepared his life to make, he hired me as his assistant. I possessed the 3 attributes that he required for the position. I was young and eager to help without question. I could read any book once and memorize its contents. And, despite my youth, I was already a master of conjuration. Zenis, too, was a master of conjuration, indeed a master at all the known and unknown schools of magic. But he did not want to rely on his ability alone in the most perilous of his research. In an underground vault, he summoned Daedra to interview them on their native land, and for that he needed another conjurer to make certain they came, were bound, and were sent away again without incident. I will never forget that vault. Not for its look, which was plain and unadorned, but for what you couldn't see. There were scents that lingered there after the summoned creatures had left. Flowers and sulfur, sex and decay, power and madness. They haunt me still to this very day. Conjuration, for the layman unacquainted with its workings, connects the caster's mind with that of the summoned. It is a tenuous link, meant only to lure, hold, and dismiss. But in the hands of a master, it can be much stronger. The Psijics and the Dwemer can, in the case of Dwemer's case, perhaps I should say, could, connect with the minds of others and converse miles apart, a skill that is sometimes called telepathy. Over the course of my employment, Zenos and I developed a link between one another. It was accidental, a result of two powerful conjurers working closely together. But we decided that it would be invaluable should we succeed in traveling to Oblivion. Since the denizens of that land could be touched even by the skills of an amateur conjurer, it was possible we could continue to communicate while he was there, so I could record his discoveries. The doors to Oblivion, to use Morian Zenos' phrase, are not easily found. We exhausted many possibilities before we found one where we held the key. The Psijics of Artaeum have a place they call the Dreaming Cave, where it is said one can enter into the Daedric realms and return. Iakesis, Sothasil, Nemati, and many others have been recorded as using this means. But despite many entreaties to the Order, we were denied its use. Celeris, the leader of the Order, has told us it has been sealed off for the safety of all. We had hopes of using the ruins of the battle spire to access Oblivion. The Weir Gate still stands, though the old proving grounds of the Imperial Battle Mage itself was shattered some years ago in Yagartharn's time. Sadly, after an exhaustive search through the detritus, we had to conclude that when it was destroyed, all access to the realms beyond, the Soulcairn, the Shade Perilous, and the Havoc Wellhead, had been broken. It was probably for the good, but it frustrated our goals. The reader may have heard of our doors, and they may be assured we attempted to find them all. Some are pure legend, or at any rate, not traceable based on the information left behind. There are references in lore to Maruk's Abyss, the Corrington Mirror, the Cantillon Crux, the Crossroads, the Mouth, a riddle of an alchemical formula called Yakinth Rising Sun, and many other places and objects that are said to be doors, but we could not find. Some exist, but cannot safely be entered. The whirlpool in the Abyssian, called the Maelstrom of Ball, can make ships disappear, and may be a portal into oblivion. But the trauma of riding its waters would surely slay any who tried. Likewise, we do not consider it worth the risk to leap from the pillar of Thras, a 1,000-foot-tall spiral of coral, though we witness the sacrifices the Slodes made there. Some victims were killed by the fall, but some, indeed, seemed to vanish before being dashed on the rocks. Since the Slodes did not seem certain why some were taken and some died, we did not favor the odds of the plunge. The simplest and most maddeningly complex way to go to oblivion was simply to cease being here and begin to be there. Throughout history, there are examples of mages who seemed to travel to the realms beyond ours, seemingly at will. Many of these voyagers are long dead, if they ever existed, but we were able to find one still living. In a tower off Zaferbel Bay, on the island of Vardenfell, in the province of Morrowind, there exists a very old, very reclusive wizard named Devaith Fear. He was not easy to reach, and he was reluctant to share with Mori and Zenith the secret door to oblivion. Fortunately, my master's knowledge of lore impressed Fear, and he taught him the way. I would be breaking my promise to Zenith and Fear to explain the procedure here, and I would not divulge it even if I could. If there is dangerous knowledge to be had, that is it. But I do not reveal too much to say that Fear's scheme relied on exploiting a series of portals to various realms created by a Telvanni wizard long missing and presumed dead. Against the disadvantage of this limited number of access points, we weighed the relative reliability and security of passage, and considered ourselves fortunate in our informant. Mori and Zenith then left this world to begin his exploration. I stayed at the library to transcribe his information and help him with any research he needed. Dust, he whispered to me on the first day of his voyage. Despite the inherent dreariness of the word, I could hear his excitement and his voice echoing in my mind. I can see from one end of the world to the other, and a million shades of gray. There's no sky or ground or air, only particles, floating, falling, whirling about me. I must levitate and breathe by magical means. Zenith explored the nebulous land for some time encountering vaporous creatures and palaces of smoke. Though he never met the prince, we concluded that he was in Ashpit, said to be the home of Malakath, where anguish and betrayal and broken promises like ash filled the bitter air. The sky's on fire, I heard him say as he moved on to the next realm. The ground is sludge, but traversable. I see blackened ruins all around me, like a war was fought here in the distant past. The air's freezing. It casts blooms of warmth all around me, but it still feels like daggers of ice stabbing me in all directions. This was Cold Harbor, where Molag Bor was prince. It appeared to Zenith as if it were a future known, under the king of rape, desolate and barren, filled with suffering. I could hear Morian Zenith weep at the images he saw, and shiver at the sight of the imperial palace, spattered with blood and excrement. Too much beauty, Zenith gasped when he went to the next realm. I'm half blind. I see flowers and waterfalls, majestic trees, a city of silver, but it is all a blur. The colors run like water. It's raining now, and the wind smells like perfume. This surely is Moonshadow, where Azura dwells. Zenith was right. And astonishingly, he even had audience with the Queen of Dusk and Dawn in her Rose Palace. She listened to his tale with a smile and told him of the coming of the Nerevarine. My master found Moonshadow so lovely, he wished to stay there, half blind, forever. But he knew he must move on and complete his journey of discovery. I'm in a storm, he told me as he entered the next realm. He described the landscape of dark, twisted trees, howling spirits, and billowing mist. I thought he might have entered the deadlands of Mehrunes Dagon. Artisan, Tavia, Chat, had to go to sleep. Good night. Night, night. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. Then he said quickly, "No. I'm no longer in a forest. There was a flash of lightning and now I'm on a ship. The mast is tattered, the crew slaughtered. So something is coming through the waves. Wait. Now I'm in a dank dungeon in a cell? He was not in the Deadlands, but Quagmire, the nightmare realm of Vermina. Every few minutes there was a flash of lightning, and reality shifted, always to something more horrible and horrifying. A dark castle one moment, a den of ravening beasts the next, a moonlit swamp, a coffin where he was buried alive. fear got the better of my master, and he quickly passed to the next realm. I heard him laugh. I feel like I'm at home now. MidnightVisuals described to me an endless library, shelves stretching on in every direction, stacks on top of stacks. Pages floated on a mystical wind that he could not feel. Every book had a black cover with no title. He could see no one, but felt the presence of ghosts moving through the stacks, rifling through books, ever searching. It was Apocrypha. The home of Hermaeus Mara, where all forbidden knowledge can be found. I felt a shudder in my mind, but I could not tell if it was my master's or mine. MidnightVisuals never traveled to another realm that I know of. Throughout his visits to the first four realms, my master spoke to me constantly. Upon entering the Apocrypha, he became quieter as he was lured into the world of research and study, the very passions that had controlled him while in Nern. I would frantically try to call to him, but he closed his mind to me. Then he'd whisper, "This cannot be. No one would ever guess the truth. I must learn more. I see the world. The last illusions shimmer. It's crumbling all around us." I would cry back to him, begging him to tell me what was happening, what he was seeing, what he was learning. I even tried using conjuration to summon him, as if he were a Daedra himself. But he refused to leave. MidnightVisuals was lost. I last received a whisper from him 6 months ago. Before then, it had been 5 years. And 3 before that. His thoughts are no longer intelligible in any language. Perhaps he's still in Apocrypha, lost but happy, in a trap he refuses to escape. Perhaps he slipped between the stacks and passed into the madhouse of Sheogorath, losing his sanity forever. I would save him if I could. I would silence his whispers if I could. And that was the doors of oblivion. I need at least just a minute after that one. It's, out of the music that I've composed, pretty much all of it has been in theater, and so I've watched actors work, and heard their, various things that they say and experience, and like getting too into a character. Well, not too into a character, but really, getting into the character, and then having to have like, I don't know, almost like a sub-drop or something like that, if you're familiar with BDSM terminology, or that sort of thing. Just you need a few minutes to shift the brain back into standard working order, standard gear. Not something that I'd imagined experiencing. I mean, I just play music. Bento, oh, I love this book. I love how detailed it describes the planes of oblivion. Yeah. And it's like really possible because it's, Maurian Zenas he's worked his whole life to be able to research, to see, to describe oblivion, right? That is his life's work, his life's passion. And he has the direct telepathic link with his apprentice, and so we're able to get, in the book on Oblivion, it's very much this all this secondhand information, and he's heard stories from Daedra themselves when he's interviewed them, but Daedra, not always a good idea to fully trust them, right? But then the doors of Oblivion, to have it, to have the realms so explicitly described, both in not just what they're like, but the experience of being a mortal who is still alive in those planes, right? And you get to see what these Daedric princes are all about. These Daedric princes have basically full control over their own realm, right? And so anything that is a certain way in a realm is because the Daedric princes want it that way. I wish he had gone to more than 5. It'd be really nice. There are quite a few Daedra besides. In Skyrim, you do get to go into Sanguine's realm. Sanguine, that's the one. You also do get to go into Sheogorath's realm, but the Sheogorath's realm is as nonsensical as the inside of his brain is. But Sanguine is, I believe, the Daedric Prince of decadence, indulgence, that sort of thing. Debauchery, that's what it is, debauchery. So he throws parties in Skyrim. And I'm going to assume that anybody who's played Skyrim at this, or who wants to play Skyrim, has played Skyrim at this point. And if not, mute me for the next minute or so. But you meet him in mortal guise. Mortal, bipedal, human-ish guise, as a dude at the bar. He invites you to drink. You have just an absolute blackout night. You get married to a, what are they called? The heads of the witch covens in Skyrim. And, like just a blackout night again. But then when you eventually track him down, you get to go take a peek in his realm, and you meet him while he's throwing a party. And your experience with him isn't too bad. He gives you a staff. It can summon Daedra. Really handy early game staff. Even late game, honestly. But the... he's a Daedra, right? Debauchery. Overindulgence. Hag ravens. Thank you, Bento. You get married to a hag raven. But it's, if his realm is debauchery. If you're familiar with Warhammer 40k lore, one of the Chaos Gods came about because the one of the races there, functionally immortal, psychically attuned, every one of them, very powerful, cranked the debauchery up past 10, and then just kept going. It's not even 11, 12, it just kept going and going and going. And that debauchery spawned a literal chaos god and sucked, like, some majority of that race's souls in an instant, and yeah. Very much like that, though, right? The Lord of Revelry sounds innocuous enough. Blood made pleasure. Okay. Prince of Hedonism, Daedric Lord of Debauchery, Daedric Prince of Debauchery, Lord of Hard Partying. Right, some of those fairly innocuous. Some of those... think twice, right? And so, with the Daedric Princes especially, they can be forces for quote-unquote good, right? They can be of benefit to you. But often they will ask a price, and they will often ask that, you take it past 10, or, even something, you don't do moderation, basically. Victoria, the Sanguine Staff can turn people into chickens and sweet rolls. It doesn't just summon Daedra. You are thinking of a slightly different staff. So the Sanguine Staff is the rose petal adorned one, right? The other one that you get from Sheogorath, the Wabajak. That one does turn people into chickens and sweet rolls. And bunnies. I think bunnies as well. But yeah, so Sanguine, you get to take a peek into his realm. He's throwing a party, but if you worship him a bunch, if you are indulging in his indulgences and debauchery and all of that, you can't take it too far. Right. Generally as a mortal, all things in moderation. What degree of moderation depends on the thing, right? Too much water will actually just literally kill you, even if you can breathe. too much oxygen eventually actually makes your flesh flammable. Too much breathing, that's called hyperventilating, right? So as mortals, the various needs and pleasures, moderation, all of them in moderation to one degree or another. And sanguine is just like, that's weak sauce. Crank it. And yeah, he's, really interesting Daedric prince. And it would be interesting to see, or have more descriptions of what it not just looks like, but feels like to be in his realm. What, potentially, what urges, what desires perhaps well up out of an influence from sanguine or his realm, right? In the case of Azura's, realm, it's beautiful, gorgeous, but so just an overload of pleasure, overstimulation, right? That he's half blind. And whoop, I love Wabjack, but I also like Shio's other artifact, the Spear from Morrowind. I don't know that one. What is it there? Let me check something real quick here. I think I'm at a point where physically I probably have to call it. But. Oh, the Spear of Bitter Mercy. Interesting. Spear of Bitter Mercy. One of the more mysterious artifacts is the Spear of Bitter Mercy. Little to nothing is known about the spear. There are no recorded histories, but many believe it to be of Daedric origin. The only known legend about it is its use by a mighty hero during the fall of the battle spire. The hero was aided by the spear in the defeat of Mehrunes Dagon and the recapturing of the battle spire. Since that time, the Spear of Bitter Mercy has made few appearances within Tamriel. Yagram Bagarn. I don't know, but the lady's voice for a moment reminded me, Lady Demetrescu from Resident Evil Village. Ah. I could live with that. So I think we are... Ooh, who do I want to raid into? Hazel Dust was here earlier. Let's raid into them, shall we? And if you're on YouTube and you would like to join us for the raid, it's almost always another streamer that I enjoy. So, if you like, come along for the trip. Actually, I could throw the link into YouTube chat. and then I can just raid Twitch along. Let's see. For YouTube, here you go. And with Twitch, we shall just raid out. Alright, thank you all so much for joining me, and for so long, too. Had actually a lot of new faces here today. This reading was a lot of fun. 4 hours of reading is not anything I thought I would be able to do. Normally I'm pretty tired at 2, really flagging by 2.5. So yeah, it was a wonderful, wonderful time. Hope you had fun. Lovely listening to you. Thank you, Bonini. Thank you for coming. Octavia, have a good rest. You too, Bento. And let us start up the raid here. And this is Monster Hunter Wilds. So, ta-ta for now. To those who are going to sleep, night-night and sweet dreams. And I'll see you again